Relationship Coaching Live. I I hope that you can join me today. I will be talking about narcissistic abuse. First of all, what is narcissistic abuse? Okay, and I'm going to give you a definition. Narcissistic abuse is a type of emotional abuse where the abuser only cares about themselves and may use words and actions to manipulate their partner's behavior and emotional state. Effects of narcissistic abuse can vary depending on how long one can endure these types of relationships. How to spot a narcissistic abuse, basically. And here they give you, a toilet there. Lovely. How appropriate. Manipulation is the main thing, right? It's a direct influence on someone to behave in a way that furthers the goals of the manipulator. And sometimes it can be aggressive, or sometimes it's passive aggressive. Okay. Emotional blackmail. That's another way you can tell. One of the many signs of being with a narcissistic abuser. Emotional blackmail may include threats, anger, warnings, intimidation, or punishment. Yes. And these don't have to be like super aggressive in your face things, but sometimes they're more subtle, then that's why it's harder to sorry, my wig, I have to um adjust it. That's why it's harder to spot it sometimes. So another thing is gaslighting, intentionally making you distrust your perceptions of reality or believe that you're mentally incompetent. Oh my gosh, yes. And I remember when I was with a narcissistic abuser, the gaslighting would be more like, for me, my personal experience would be like, he would say something and then I have good memory and I would say, this is what you said. And he would be like, no, this is what you said. Or, he would put everything on me. That's what he did. He was not very good at it, but that's what he tried to do. Um, Competition, competing and one-upping to always be on top, sometimes through unethical means. Okay. Negative contrasting, unnecessarily making comparisons to negatively contrast you with a narcissist or other people. Oh, yeah. They always, the thing with narcissists is like, you're the only one with quote unquote faults, right? You're the only one who needs to change and needs to improve because they're perfect. Yeah, they have nothing to improve on. Anyway, sabotage, disruptive interference with your endeavors or relationships for the purpose of revenge or personal advantage. Yep, they do that. Exploitation and objectification, lying. That one is self-explanatory. Withholding such things as money, sex, communication, or affection from you. Oh yeah. Neglect also is a form of abuse. And that one is actually, for me, it's the hardest one to spot because I know that as my parents, one was an aggressive narcissistic abuser. The other one wasn't an abuser, but he was a neglector, which is a form of abuse. He neglected to defend me from the one who abused me. He was always out, but I understand that he was always out because he didn't want to put up with the BS, right? So another thing is privacy invasion. Oh my gosh, yes. I had a boyfriend who was an NA, and they ignore your boundaries. They look through your phone, mail, denying your physical privacy or stalking or following you, ignoring privacy that you've requested. And again, the toilet, appropriate. So another thing is character assassination or slander. Of course, he would always talk crap about me to other people behind my back. He would never say it in front of me, obviously. Violence. Oh, yeah. He threw plates and did all kinds of things. Destroying property. Yes. Financial abuse. Never. I never experienced that. But yes, that's another way of controlling someone through economic domination or draining your finances, which is awful. And it happens to a lot of people, both genders, any gender, really. Isolation, isolating you from friends, family, or access to outside services and support through control, manipulation, verbal abuse, character assassination, or other means of abuse. Absolutely. My ex narcissist would definitely isolate me from my family. He wanted me to kind of, and my friends too, because he would critique all of my friends. Like they were all bad except for him. He was the only one in my life that was good. Everybody else was bad. Oh my gosh, I know. A lot of people just go crazy. Somebody takes a selfie and it's like, oh, you're a narcissist. So we have to chill out on what we call narcissist, because narcissistic personality disorder is a real thing. And it's we all have some level of like narcissism, or ego driven. We're human, so yes, we have an ego, and that's okay as long as it's a healthy ego. Now, when you use, you know, your skills to manipulate and get what you want from people and then drop them or gaslight them or abuse them emotionally or physically, that's a whole different level of narcissism. So there's a spectrum of narcissism. Okay. So the spectrum is from like taking a selfie, which would be nothing, not even in the spectrum, would be kind of outside. It would be spectrum adjacent to being physically, emotionally, psychologically abusive to someone. Um, and a lot of times, it takes a form that is hard to pinpoint. It's like, I know this doesn't feel right, but I'm not sure what it is. A lot of narcissists are like really skilled in the game. And so you kind of, it took me like 3 years, well, two, because I knew after 2 years that I was with a narcissistic abuser. He never hit me or anything. So it wasn't physical, it was emotional. And also, what they do, this is one thing, you guys, that to me was the biggest red flag that I knew something was terribly wrong. So, what they do, first of all, they build your trust for the first few months, love bombing you, you're the best thing since sliced bread, right? Yeah, whatever. And then they turn on you. When they feel they got your trust, boom, they just turn on you. Okay. But I knew that I was with a narcissistic abuser because it was always like whenever I was happy, he just did or said something to make me miserable. And so it was almost like at some point I told him, it's like I work during the week and then the weekends I want to relax and you just pick a fight. They pick fights all the time, by the way. But they it's kind of like a roller coaster because they want to keep you in that emotional, like, oh my gosh, when are they going to explode? You're almost training your nervous system to say, oh, we're okay now. Oh no, they're going to explode. Boom, they explode. And then you just like, you're just and just waiting for that person to explode. So that to me was like, okay, I was excusing him. Like, okay, today he's angry because of this. Didn't yesterday he was angry because of that. Tomorrow, and then after 587 times, I was like, you know what? This ain't right. This is not. This does not feel good. This does not feel right. And you ask, why did it take you so long? Because I loved him. I was in love with him. Not with him, but with the person that he portrayed to be. He portrayed to be this amazing human, like sweeping me off my feet. And that was not the reality at all. There was a part of him that was trained to do that. And then there was the other part that was the one, the real him, that just wanted to destroy me. He really did. I was getting sick. I don't know if you guys have experienced this. I was sick a lot. I remember in like 9 months, I had like six different respiratory infections, which is brutal because I asked the doctor and I was like, why am I getting so many infections? And he was saying, because your immune system is busy with that emotional upheaval. The up and down, up and down. And so it's forgetting, quote unquote, to fight these viruses or bacteria that you're getting. So, yes, Dave, he says, I hate arguments of any kind. Me too. You know, let's talk about what not being a narcissist is, right? So narcissists will create tension because they want to keep you on that up and down upheaval and downtime upheaval thing, right? So they do that with arguments and fights. But two people who are not narcissists, instead of fighting, what you do is if you're mad, this is what I do, okay, to regulate my nervous system. If somebody gets me really mad, which honestly does not happen very often. Last time I was mad was with my narcissist ex, who it was like 12 years ago. Um, but what I do if I'm starting to feeling like this, right? So I just like breathe and I'm like, okay. And I tell the person, okay, you're really making me mad, but I'm going to step away because I don't want to say or do anything that I will regret later. So I take my time, just breathe, think through it. And then when I'm ready to speak and they're ready to speak too, like two civilized human beings, then we will do that. And I hate the word civilized because really civilization has not done anything for us to get along, honest. But like two rational human beings that are able to control their emotions. So I think controlling your emotions is extremely important. Regulating your nervous system, just breathing deep, just take deep breaths when you're afraid or when you're upset. And that will definitely help regulate your nervous system. And then you can, think more clearly because emotions really kind of cloud your judgment a lot of times. Fear, like I do stupid things when I'm afraid of something. I've hurt myself because I'm running away from something and, I'm scared. And then I just do stupid stuff. Like one time I was running and I had my groceries and I fell and I just messed up my finger and I broke it. Yes, exactly, Dave. Talk it out like mature adults. Exactly. Yes, absolutely. That's why we have minds, we have brains, we can talk. And the brain is actually above the heart, the emotions, right? So I think that it's actually, I would say superior, but yes, in a way. Another thing I find, when your heart and your mind are aligned, that's when you make the best decisions, right? Uh, I hear Lloyd. Hi, Lloyd. Thank you for joining us. Well said. Thank you. Logic versus emotion is a tightrope, but an important one to land on the right side of. Beautifully said. Yes, absolutely. It is a tightrope. And I think I always say, if my mind is here and my heart is here, I'm going to try to level them and make sure they're aligned, right? It's almost like if you believe in the energy fields called the chakras, then your chakras are going to be aligned and you're going to have balance. If you have your mind saying this and your heart says this, then you're not balanced. But if they're like this, then you're balanced. That's what I think and what I've experienced during my life. Um, and I'm sure there's scientific proof of all this somewhere. Let me guess. You've been in a relationship that felt like a roller coaster, except you weren't strapped in and now you're dizzy as hell. Sound familiar? Yeah, I see you, honey. If you've ever been love bombed, gaslit, or stuck in a situationship that felt like an unpaid internship, you, my friend, deserve better. Let's break the cycle. I help you spot toxic patterns, heal from narcissistic abuse, and step into your power like the king or the queen that you are. No more chasing, no more fixing, no more, but maybe they'll change nonsense. Whether you're fresh out of a breakup, wondering if you're dating another red flag in disguise, or just ready to find love without the drama, I got you. Book a one-on-one session with me and let's create a love life that's actually fun instead of an episode of Survivor Toxic Island. Well, here is to healing, to healthy love, and to knowing your worth, baby. Cheers. Welcome to Relationship Coaching Live. Today, I'm going to do the Healing from Narcissistic Abuse series. And specifically, we're going to talk about, or we're going to learn about, and I'm learning with you because I'm always open to learn. Sometimes some experts think they know everything, but I am not one of those. I'm a relationship coach and I'm always open to learn and to hear your stories more than anything. I would love to hear your stories. If you have any stories of narcissistic abuse and you relate to what I'm saying or the stories I'm telling or the types of narcissists, because today we're going to do types of narcissists. Whew. And what has this anything to do with healing from narcissistic abuse? Well, it has everything to do with we can spot them much easier if we have the information. Remember, knowledge is definitely power. So anyway, so let's start today. Let's get to the meat of this presentation. It's not a presentation, it's a chat. We're talking, but I'm just being silly. Okay, so let's share screen. I'm going to share screen of okay, you guys can see it. I see you can see it. And let me go to the photo. Okay, so here we have different types of narcissists. Okay, like we have the overt and grandiose. Let's start with that guy, okay, or girl, aka classic, agentic. I don't know what that means, or extroverted. I know what that means. So they're like very charming, exploitative, and controlling. Has an inflated ego and expects special treatment. Ooh, well. I can relate to that. I know many, many people like that. But sometimes people have like a little bit of a big ego. That doesn't mean they're narcissistic, okay? And also there's a spectrum of narcissistic personality disorder where, it's like the autism spectrum. It's all different kinds of levels and different types. So we can't just say, oh, she took a selfie, she's a narcissist. No, okay? That's not what it's about. Again, we all have to a certain level of ego, which is actually healthy, right? It's very healthy. So the overt grandiose, and you know what, you guys, I also have a website that I found that is very good. Okay, so here it's more information about this type of narc. Okay, so let me stop screen and I'm going to show you. We're going to study together what this grandiose kind of narc looks like. So grandiose, this is also known as the classic. Yes. And we've all met somebody like that, right? Especially here where I am in LA. you meet those people like, hey, I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And it's like, who cares? Tell me about like who you are. I don't care what you're doing right now. Okay. Unless it's something that I'm interested in. But, and I'll listen, of course, you'll listen. I know we all listen, but yeah, it's the type of person that talks about themselves all the time and pretends to be interested in you. Let's keep it real, okay? So this is also known as the classic or stereotypical narcissist, and what many think of when they use this term, right? We all think about, oh, yes, I am fantastic. I am awesome. Yeah, we all think that when we hear narcissist. These individuals are typically described as arrogant, entitled, charming. Oh, so charming, honey. Grandiose, superficial, and vain. That's a lot of adjectives, guys. Arrogant, entitled, charming, grandiose, superficial, and vain. That is intense. Dr. Duvarsula, I don't know who this person is, describes these individuals as show-offs or overly confident and frequently not accompanied with an accurate assessment of their abilities. Yeah, I'm not going to say who I'm thinking about, that everything is the best and he has the best everything. It's like, it's kind of, to me, it's kind of funny at this point. When I see one of these, I'm like, oh God, thank you for letting me know who you are. That's what I think when I meet one of these people. They tend to lack empathy and have a proclivity for lying and being antagonistic, 100%. When these individuals are disappointed, they will exhibit rage. Ooh, I can think of Give me a P, give me a DIDDY. Yeah. And also another person I'm not going to say because it's a political thing. But anyway, I don't want to get into politics. So we and others may find ourselves attracted to them. Absolutely, because they're charming. Oh, they charm, literally, they charm you. I know this phrase is so not woke, but they charm. My ex literally charmed my pants off. I know this is very sad to say, but we stayed together for 3 years until I realized I gotta go. Yeah, this is not working. But they do charm you. They're very charming until they switch on you and then they go blah, crazy, and then they charm you again. It's like a roller coaster of insanity. So these individuals may also be rather prominent in their communities. Absolutely, because they're kind of leaders. I know it sounds crazy, but they're leaders because they're so charming and they lie so well. So they'll tell you what you want to hear. And they can fake empathy, by the way, also. When interacting, okay, so this is the advice. When interacting with these individuals, one-on-one conversations tend to be one-sided. So if you see all these, traits, if you start seeing these, your alarm needs to go beep 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 beep. Okay, the narc dar, is that an or narc dar? Okay, well, we just made a word, you guys. They will often be very talkative, but it is about themselves. When you attempt to talk, they may seem uninterested and act busy. Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, we know. I mean, especially here in LA, you guys, it's like so many people like that. If you in the comments, if you want to tell me if you know people like that, please do, because it's always fun when we all meet each other and it's like, oh, I know this person. I've been near this person. They are exactly like that. Okay, so let's stop sharing screen and let's go to the picture that I have that I love, that those narcs descriptions. Let's go here and let me go see it. Okay, so let's go. Why don't we go? We don't have to go in order. I would love to do the malignant, but it's kind of in order. We'll do left column, right column, and then the middle. But I might have to do an extra relationship coaching live podcast for these, because I don't know if we have time to cover all of them. So anyway, malignant. He or she is the most severe type, associated with antisocial traits, hostile, aggressive, paranoid, and sadistic. Well, aren't they delightful? Yes. So let's see if the website has some description of these. Have you guys ever met somebody like that, a malignant narcissist? I have. And unfortunately, it's a person that used to be close to me. And it's not the boyfriend. He wasn't, I don't think he was malignant. He was just braggy and annoying and abusive. So let me share the website, you guys. And let me see, where's the website? Here it is. So let's see, covert, vulnerable. No, we're going to go to malignant. Here it is. Okay. So this website apparently is Dr. Duvarsula. I'm not familiar with her, but she seems like she knows her stuff. So malignant narcissist, according to Dr. Duvarsula, this is the most toxic and aversive type of narcissist. Oh, yes. This form takes the grandiose narcissist and adds a more exploitative, antagonistic, Machiavellian, and at times seemingly psychopathic overlay. Yes. Malignant narcissists drive people to the edge and leave them feeling betrayed, fearful, manipulated, tricked, and devastated. Oh, she couldn't have said it better. That's exactly what these types of narcs do. They just destroy. They're here. I think they're here on this planet to just destroy people and leave us completely broken. But, the good news is, just by the way, I want to say this, as a victim of narcissistic abuse and as a relationship coach, I can tell you that you can heal from narcissistic abuse. It's a long road, but if you have been affected by a narcissist, whatever any of these types qualifies for you to get therapy, okay? And they should be getting therapy, right? But I don't think narcissists have the capacity to change. I know that sometimes, like on TikTok, you see these people where they're like, I'm a narcissist, ask me anything, what do you want to know about us? And I'm like, dude, if you were a narcissist, a real one, would you really be given the information, give us the tea? Maybe, right? Maybe this person went through therapy and he or she became self-aware, and they are like, well, I want to help other people, but do they really want to help? Maybe they're helping themselves by doing it. Maybe that's their agenda. I don't know. Okay, let's continue with the malignant narcissist. So the malignant narcissist is often referred to as the dark triad. Ooh, you guys, this is serious. Psychopathy, dang, Machiavellism, or whatever, however you pronounce that. My Latino tongue can't say it correctly. And narcissism, great. Oh, delicious. Yeah, I want to meet this person. Or dark tree tetrad. Okay, so it's four. I'm not probably mispronouncing it, but bear with me. From Argentina, so what do I know? So the four dark traits are psychopathy, Machiavellism, sadism, and narcissism. Oh my gosh. I have a question. Do you guys think that people who practice S&M are this type of narcissist if they're dominant? I don't think so, though. I think that's a whole different thing. But just a question I'm throwing out there. These individuals are quite charming, yet political, manipulative, and often lack remorse. Due to their exploitative nature, they can truly cause a lot of devastation and damage to others. Yes, these are individuals who may not only bend or break the rules, but also abuse their power. These individuals often see others as disposable and a means to an end. Wow. Leaving a relationship with a malignant narcissist can be very difficult due to fear of the narcissist and what they may do. Yes, 100%. I did meet a malignant narcissist in my lifetime, and I was scared of this person. I am not scared anymore, but yeah, they're a little scary because you don't know. They're pretty vengeful too. If you hurt their feelings, or if they're not doing with you what they want to do with you, or they want to get you to do. So, yeah, I'm kind of a little scared of them. Oh, hi, Gary. Thank you for the like. I appreciate it. Thank you, my love. So, yeah, I don't know, you guys. What do you think? Tell me in the comments what you think. I'd love to hear from you and have conversations with you in the comments. It's always fun. I enjoy it very much. Anywho, yeah, so the malignant narcissist, my goodness, they're scary. They're very scary. They really are. And this person, unfortunately, it was a close person, unfortunately. I was not, I hate the word paranoid, but I was always cautious, very, very cautious. Like I thought, he was going to send someone to do something to me or do it himself, or herself. I'm not going to give genders, or themselves. So yeah, so it was quite scary. And that's when I decided to learn martial arts. It's called Krav Maga. It's an Israeli martial arts. And let me tell you, Krav Maga is amazing. And nobody's paying me to say this, okay? I did it for 3 years until I tore my meniscus because I did it a little bit too hard and I screwed up my meniscus. It's all good now. It's fine. It's healed. The meniscus is, I know it sounds like a Jewish soup, but it's actually by your knee. It's near you. It's next to you, like the kneecap. It's next to it. It's like part of the knee system. And it was very painful. But anyway, so I did Krav Maga for 3 years. And I highly recommend it if you had an experience and are healing from narcissistic abuse to take on martial arts, specifically Krav Maga, because Krav Maga is an Israeli martial art that is about street fighting. So it's very to the point. It's like defense and offense. So they don't play. I'm telling you, Krav Maga, when they teach you, they're not playing. And they also teach you how to take pew-pews from people and other stuff. Okay. If you get what I'm saying, because I can't say these things on YouTube. So I'm streaming all over. So I'm streaming on YouTube. I can't say it. But But yeah, so it made me feel, it empowered me very much because I knew that even if this person tried to attack me physically, I was very ready. I knew what to do. I felt empowered and confident that I could take care of myself because, I'd rather use my body as a WEAPON than, you know, other things. And your body can be one. Yes, let me tell you, what they teach you in Krav Maga, you will be empowered. Regardless, even if you haven't gone through narcissistic abuse and you want to feel empowered, I highly recommend it. It's amazing. Okay. It saved my mind. It really did. All right, let's move on to the next type of narc because aren't these guys fun, huh? There's so many types. We got to remember them all so we can spot them. Okay, so the next one, let's go like here. Somatic. Oh, this is funny. Obsessed with their body, weight, and physical appearance. To a certain extent, we're not obsessed with our appearance and body and weight, but we've been kind of trained and programmed to um, take, look after that, right? Kind of like take care of ourselves. But I guess there's kind of like a line between taking care of yourself and being a somatic narcissist. So they believe that they're prettier, stronger, or fitter than others. I'm sorry, this is so funny. Their perception, it's all, this life is all about perception, you guys, but the perceptions of the narcs, just like so screwed up, you guys. I'm sorry I'm laughing at you, narcissists, if you're like watching this, but it tickles me. Anyway, so we did the somatic. Let's see if this lady has this doctor. She's amazing. Okay, she doesn't have the somatic, but the somatic is kind of fun, I think, to spot because, and it kind of hard sometimes too, because you like if you go to the gym, everybody's obsessed with their body, right? So how can you tell? I guess if you start talking and they just talk about themselves only and they don't care, they don't listen to you, or they fake listening to you, then I guess it's a good bet, right? So yeah, they would be that. Okay. So I'm going to stop sharing this and I'm going to share. I love going from one thing to the other. It keeps it a little bit more fun. All right. So let's do, the seductive narcissist. What is up? Okay, you guys. Shower targets with compliments and flattery for admiration. Will drop people if not praised enough. Sounds like a Leo. I'm a Leo, so no shade, but we love to be praised, but not to this level. Like I won't drop people if they don't praise me. But we like compliments. Leos, we love. Who doesn't love compliments, right? But I guess if they're just all about the compliments, then yeah, right. I like this list. It's very specific, and I like how they they're basically saying like different aspects of the narcissist and dividing it in like overt, malignant, somatic, seductive. But I think that sometimes they can cross over. So you can have an overt, grandiose narcissist that's also seductive. And, he has all these traits of an overt, grandiose narcissist. And then he will drop you if you don't praise him because I think they all kind of intertwine a little bit. So, yeah, that's my personal opinion. Okay. I don't think the website has seductive narcissist, which just makes me laugh. I'm sorry, seductive narcissist. Seduce me and compliment me, or else I'm dropping you. Okay. Wow. Okay. There's so much work, you guys, aren't they? There's just so much work. I remember when I was with my narc. Yeah, like my narc, like my dog, my pet, my cat, whatever. I was with my narc BF boyfriend. Yeah, he praised me though a lot, which it was weird because I did praise him too. And he would like that, but he wasn't like a seductive one. He was more of an overt, grandiose narcissist. But he would praise me a lot. So be careful because they do praise you a lot and they give you a lot of compliments. But something in my gut when he was giving me those compliments, I was like, oh, I'm not buying it. I don't know why. It was so weird. And I'm not skeptic about compliments. I just say thank you and move on. I don't take them to heart. I think that's my philosophy, because if we take to heart the good things people say about us, then we also are going to take to heart the bad things people say about us. And I'm working towards improving that aspect of myself, where we all love to hear compliments, right? But now I'm like, I trained myself to say thank you and let it go. So when people say something bad about me, it really doesn't affect me as much as it used to. I'm like, apparently they have an issue. Yeah, okay. Who cares? I don't care what they think. Unless it affects my career, then yes. I had a video taken down because the comments were hideous. They were so mean for no reason. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to take this down because it's not helping my career. So something like that, yes. I think it's a smart move. But as far as like taking those comments to heart, I did not take them to heart. They didn't even make me feel any kind of way. I was like, this is not good for my career, so I need to get this down. And they took it down. They were very nice. It was a company that had them up. Very nice. I appreciate that. If you're listening, I appreciate you very much. So anyway, okay, so let's go to the pick, because I love that pick, you guys. It's so cool. Okay, so let's go to the right column. Covert and vulnerable. Okay, so AKA closet, introverted, or hypersensitive, insecure, withdrawn, and avoidant, low self esteem, and defensive, often plays the victim. Yes. And again, all these types of narcissists, they cross over, because my overt grandiose narcissistic ex was also a vulnerable one, because he did play the victim a lot, right? They do that. They play the victim, and they abuse you, and then they play the victim, which is so annoying, right? You guys, so annoying. So we're only doing a half hour here, and I'm trying to pack all these um, wonderful tidbits. And by the way, I'm doing lunch with Grace around noon, but give me like a little, like 5 minutes, because I need to prep my food, because I'm doing this live right now, so I can't prep my food. But anyway, so I'll be there like 12:05 if you want to continue to chat with me about anything. That we chat about anything. It's called Lunch with Grace. Anyway, moving on. So let me show you the coverts. Vulnerable. The vulnerable narcissist is characterized by a lack of empathy. They really, all of them do, right? That's kind of like a common trait, I think. Um, so yeah, so lack of empathy, entitlement, hypersensitivity. Yes, hypersensitivity, very much so. They get offended by stupid shit. Like, let's face it, it's like, okay, get over it, dude. Passive aggressive behavior, yes. Sense of justice, yeah, but a really warped one. Resentment, insecurity, low levels of self esteem, and higher levels of depression. Yeah, because, okay, so let's think about this, okay? If you're entitled, you believe you deserve everything, which, granted, we strive to have the best life, right? But one thing is to strive to have the best life or have the best life, and another one is to be entitled to have the best life, right? It's two different things. So if they're entitled and they're not getting what they want, they're going to play the victim. So that kind of makes sense, doesn't it, you guys? It's just very sensical, even though their behavior is not nonsensical sometimes, most of the time. Contempt is pervasive and prominent in these individuals. In the extreme of this presentation, these individuals tend to exhibit behaviors consistent with sociopathy. Ooh, that is no bueno. It's the lack of empathy. Sociopathic individuals have an incredible level of no empathy. Like, I've had sociopaths just say, I mean, they are planning your demise and they think it's funny. That is disgusting. I don't care how much I hate someone, and I don't hate, But let's say I dislike someone, I actually wish them well. I don't want any bad to happen to them. Because, by the way, on a spiritual level, you know that anything you say about other people, your body and your soul, but your body specifically doesn't know it's not you. It thinks it's you're talking to it. So if you're planning somebody's demise, your body will think it's you're planning its demise, which makes sense, right? So yeah, you don't want to do that. These people are so unhealthy. And that doesn't mean, they might live to be 200 years old. And people that are really good might live to be 25. It's a crapshoot. But anyway, that's another story. So, okay. Ooh, this is the definition of an internet troll. These individuals frequently engage in projection. So, yes, whenever these people in the comments, you are this, you are that, and da 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 da, they're really projecting their own shit. Because how unkind is it to say shit about people in the comments? I've been guilty of saying shit about one celebrity who was okay, I'm not gonna say, but I said, and then I was sorry I did, because not nice. But the trolls do it all the time. Sometimes we do it, people that are not narcissistic, but the trolls all the time. They live for it, don't they, you guys? They just love it. Some of these trolls are bots, by the way. So even robots have problems. No, I'm kidding. All right. Projection is a defense mechanism unconsciously used to regulate anxiety that we may feel about ourselves. How true? How true? Well, I don't like that I gained weight, so I'm going to call everybody fat, which is so annoying. I hate that. I don't like when people body shame. It's gross. But that's just my personal feeling and opinion. Okay, so an example of what this looks like is when someone is being aggressive and then proceeds to accuse the person they're talking to as being aggressive instead of acknowledging their own behavior. When we cannot tolerate an aspect of ourselves, we have to discard it. This can lead to conflict, distress, and gaslighting. Absolutely. And when it comes to narcissists, the thing is that they will accuse you of things that they're guilty of. That is so typical. It's textbook. Let me tell you, I spot a narc when they say something about me that I know is not true. They're really telling on themselves. Remember, an accusation is a confession most of the time, not always. Anyway, when it comes to narcs, right? So, all right. Let's go to, please feel free to put in the comments, what you in your experiences with narcs has been, or whatever you want. Ooh, is it streaming on Instagram? Okay, yes, apparently it is. Okay, because I have like separate. This is sidebar. I have separate windows for Instagram and for the rest of the apps. That's the way StreamYard works. But anyway, all good. Okay, so we have a minute. So, okay, so I think this was pretty good. And I think that for next time, you guys, we can continue this if you're interested. I do have a lot of guests coming up on Relationship Coaching Live, like next week on Tuesday at 11:30, because I had to do these last 2 weeks Thursday because I had appointments and I couldn't do it on Tuesdays. But next week it's Tuesday, and the celebrity journalist Reba Merrill is she's going to give us the tea on celebrities and her relationship to these celebrities, because this is Relationship Coaching Live, right? So I always have like fun guests like that, and we discuss topics that have to do with relationships, because everything is a relationship, right? Even our relationship with Alexa is a relationship. So, or Siri. I had to change the voice because I had an Australian guy. He got on my nerves. I know he sounded very bossy. So now I have the original Siri and I love her. But anyway, okay, you guys, I love you. Thank you for tuning in. Have you ever felt like you've lost yourself, like someone else's manipulative grip was holding you back from being the strong, beautiful soul you truly are? I take you on a journey, my journey, through the darkness of narcissistic abuse to the light of freedom and self-love. Through personal stories, hard-won lessons, and powerful strategies, I'll show you how to break free from toxic patterns and reclaim your power. You are worthy of joy. You are worthy of love. And my friend, you are worthy of the life you've always dreamed of. Let me help you get there. It's time to heal, to thrive, and to live life on your terms. This isn't just a book. It's your guide to a brighter, more powerful you. Grab your copy of Healing from Narcissism today and let the transformation begin. Every moment is a chance to inspire, uplift, and thrive. What better way to start your day than with a mug that's more than just a mug? It's your muse. Sip your coffee, tea, or hot cocoa while sipping on some self-love with positive affirmations mugs for you. Your hat isn't just an accessory. It's your daily reminder to shine bright and vibe high. With our positive affirmations headwear for you, every step you take spreads love, joy, and confidence. From self-love is your superpower to dream big and create your own story, our mugs and headwear remind you to keep thriving one positive affirmation at a time. Your vibe attracts your tribe. So let your mug and your muse inspire the world. Positive affirmations, mugs, and headwear for you. Start your journey of positivity today because you're worth it, always. Well, hello there. Well, have you ever been in a relationship that felt like an emotional roller coaster, except the seatbelt was broken, the track was on fire, and your therapist was screaming at you to get off? Well, today we're diving into the biggest toxic relationship red flags you need to stop ignoring. I remember I once dated a guy who accidentally forgot his wallet on every single date. And I was like, oh, he's just forgetful. No, honey, he was testing how much he could get away with. And we're going to talk about why we ignore these signs. Stick around because by the end of this episode, you'll never second guess your gut again. All right, let's get started. Welcome. First of all, welcome the people that are coming into the live on Facebook. Make sure you comment. I will post the comments, by the way. So we're talking today about toxic relationship red flags, recognizing, escaping, and healing from toxic love. All right, so let's start with the very, very beginning, which is the early warning signs, the red flags that we ignore. These are some common early red flags, okay? First of all is love bombing. It's like an over-the-top affection, like too much too soon. If they say I love you on date 2, kind of run, okay? Unless you were friends first. But if not, kind of be like, this is a little too much too soon, honey. No. All right. So that's number one. That's one of the early warning signs. These are very common early warning signs, by the way, early red flags. Number 2, red flag. Okay. Early red flag. Control disguised as concern. Oh, I just worry about you. That's why I need to know where you are at all times. Well, it sounds more like stalking, doesn't it? Let me tell you, I had a boyfriend that was like that. And he would come to me with me to every show, every stand-up comedy show that I did, because he was concerned about my safety. I was like, I've been doing this way before I met you, and I never had any problems. So whatever. So be careful with that control disguised as concern. Yeah, because they're going to mask, their true agenda. But eventually a true agenda comes out. that's always the case. But you want to catch it early, right? Well, another early red flag that we all, I think, are familiar with this. We have that friend or that boyfriend or that girlfriend that, or that parent that will do some criticism that is masquerade as a joke. Oh, you're so sensitive. Can't you take a joke? That was actually mean. That was not funny and rude. So a lot of people, there's some insult comedians. There's a particular one I can think of that sometimes, he's very funny. And so it's like, okay, even though he's kind of, but it's okay. But when he doesn't hit a joke, it's like, no. It sounds just mean, right? No. Criticism masquerading as jokes is number 3 of the early red flags. Early red flag number 4, number 4. They never apologize. They turn every argument around on you. Never. I had a boyfriend that was like that. This is all like very narcissistic spectrum kind of thing. And I hate to use the word narcissism, though I specialize in that, but I hate to use it because it's used very loosely. But these are definitely early red flags for somebody who has a narcissistic personality disorder or is just, maybe on a low end of the spectrum of NPD, but still, you just don't want to, if they never apologize and it's always your fault, no, honey, that doesn't work for me. And here we have a comment. Let's see who is commenting. Well, hello. How are you? Good to see you. I'm so happy you made it to the live. Very nice. Good to have you here. So yeah, and I know that some of us have been on very toxic relationships. So if you have any comments during the live about toxic relationships and the red flags that you saw in your relationship, please put it in the comments if you want. And I will post it and we'll discuss. And we can do some relationship coaching live because this is relationship coaching live. Okay. So I have a lot of like clients and audience stories. This is an audience story and they let me use their age, but not like their real name. So we're going to call this story the love bombing nightmare. And it's from Samantha. That's not her real name. 29 from Chicago. And she says, I met Jake on a dating app. And from the first date, he was texting me every morning, sending me gifts and planning our future. I thought, wow, this is what real love feels like. 2 months in, he started flipping out if I didn't text back in 5 minutes. He told me my friends didn't really care about me and he was the only one who truly loved me. Turns out he was isolating me on purpose. When I finally broke up with him, he sent me 50 texts in 1 hour, alternating between I love you and you'll regret this. And she says, run from love bombing. So I know some people have been love bombed that are watching right now. I personally, I can speak for myself, unless you want to put your story or a comment in the comments and I can post them up on all platforms. Except, let's see, is Instagram on? Yeah, Instagram is on, but I don't see their comments for some reason. So any other platform, I can see the comments. So feel free to comment. Okay. Did you ever see any of these red flags, you guys? Like the love bombing, control disguised as concern, criticism masquerading as jokes, and never apologizing. Let me know if you ever have experienced any of these, okay? I would love to know. Okay, so now we're going to go into the psychological evidence of why we ignore these red flags, right? It's like, we know deep down, even if you don't know the name of love bombing and when they flip on you, that's wrong. Like they usually love bomb you, for example, and then they will flip on you at some point, and because they think they had gained your trust, right? And so that's a huge red flag for me. Whenever they love bomb me, I'm like, bye. Too early. If they know me and they tell me they love me, that's fine. I don't mind that at all. But it's just like first date, like love bombing you and being done. No. Mm-mm. So This is why we ignore the red flags, okay? It's called, the first thing is called the halo effect. We are, I'm guilty of this. When we see one good trait like charm, affection, we tend to overlook their bad behavior. Guilty. I've done it so many times, you guys. I'm like, yeah, he stood me up twice, but he's so nice when he texts me. Okay. We all have done it. Here, I'm on Relationship Coaching Live. By the way, I'm a relationship coach, certified relationship coach, but I don't preach like I am better than anybody because I am not. I love to connect with you guys with my relationships and your relationships. I want you to tell me if you've experienced anything of this, okay? Oh, Jose, hello. Hi, here for 30 minutes. Well, thank you so much for being here and for your love and support, Jose. Thank you so much. You are amazing. By the way, Jose went to see me do stand up at the Improv Ontario, which I was so grateful that he was there. It was wonderful to have him in the audience. So, all right, my loves, let's go. So, we were talking about why we ignore the red flags. We talked about the halo effect. And another thing of why we ignore the red flags is oxytocin and dopamine. The love bombing creates a high, similar to a drug, making people feel addicted, a substance. Sorry, YouTube, I didn't mean to say the D word. But yeah, similar to a substance. And so you get addicted to that because it's like, I used to get so addicted because I had very low self-esteem and my ego needed that stroke. And I would be like, oh, keep telling me what else? What else? Oh, I'm pretty. Oh, I'm smart. Or I'm not. Okay. And by the way, this is not love bombing. This is my friend Jose just saying, highly recommend. Thank you so much. He highly recommends my stand-up comedy, you guys. And by the way, this is a sidebar. On March 8th, okay, if you look on my lives, on the list of lives on my channel, YouTube channel at the State of Grace Fraga, you will see that on March 8th, we're going to have the world's longest comedy special on YouTube. 30 comedians, about 5 experts from writers from Everybody Loves Raymond, people with, like comedy specials on Dry Bar. We're going to have the owner of an online comedy club. We're going to have a master improviser who's been on tons of shows and movies. It's going to be, and we're going to have a comic who's amazing. He's got tons of comedy specials and he's hilarious. And he's going to talk about the art of freestyling in comedy. Oh my God, I'm so excited about this event. I have a co-host, co-engineer, because it's going to be huge from 11 a.m. Pacific time to 7 p.m. Pacific time. That would be 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern time. Yes, I love this. Giggles, gang bang, a go-go. I love that. That is so good. Thank you, Jose. You're so good with words. And you're a great illustrator, by the way. You guys need to check him. His drawings, they're like amazing. Okay, let's go back to the toxics, because this is not toxic. What we're doing here, it's a love fest. And this is good. This is not love bombing, you guys. This is just people who know each other, who support each other. And that's a beautiful thing, which is different from somebody who just gets into your life and starts telling you all these wonderful things that, he kind or she kind of means them. Come on. I don't believe them anymore. Unless you're my friend, I don't believe you. Okay. So you're like, Grace, what do I do? Like, how do we pass that too good to be true test? How do we test that person? They're too good to be true. So I am saying to you, if someone is treating you like the best thing ever in record time, take a step back, okay? And just kind of breathe and disengage a little bit and think about it and see how it feels, okay? Real love takes time. Real love doesn't get built in like 2 seconds. There is such a thing, I guess, a love at first sight. I'm not sure. I think when you're younger, it's kind of like love at first sight, but when you're older, I don't know. The older I get, the longer I take. It's like Let's check this out. Let's go slow, okay? So I have another audience story, number 2. We already went with Samantha, that's not her real name, and this is not his real name, Chris, 32, from Miami. And he says, I dated a girl, Melissa, who was always making fun of me, my weight, my job, even the way I laughed. Ding, 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 red flag. When I told her it hurt my feelings, she'd roll her eyes and say, oh my God, can't you take a joke? So typical. Eventually, I stopped speaking up altogether because I didn't want to be too sensitive. After we broke up, I realized I had been walking on eggshells for 2 years. Oh, that's 2 years too long, girl. That's not girl, dude. Sorry, I think girl a lot, but that's just too long, my love. And I hope that you learned, Chris, from this experience. And I was with someone like that for 3 years, so I kind of like put up with it for longer than you. Good for you for it being 2 years. Again, 2 years too long. My case, 3 years too long. Next, I'm glad that you're out of this, Chris, and I wish you nothing but success in your love life. All right. So here's a practical tip, okay? When people, like for this story, like if somebody is starting to criticize you a lot, oh, the way you laugh and you need to lose weight or you need to gain weight or you need to draw your eyebrows better. I don't know, just stupid stuff. So this is the test, okay? I call it the would you say this to a friend? That's the rule. Would you say this to a friend rule? If you wouldn't say it to a best friend, why accept it from a partner? Right? Would you want to be surrounded by people making fun of you to make you feel terrible about yourself? Even if you have high self-esteem, it gets to you. Words are powerful. And so when they start making fun of you like that, I had one of my parents, did that to me, and they were very funny, but it was a little aggressive and it really affected my self-esteem. And it's all forgiven and forgotten, but it did affect my self-esteem and it also made me a comedian because I learned how to make fun of things, because this parent made fun of me all the time. But anyway, I love this person. It's all good. They're not here with us anymore. And that's another thing. This is a sidebar. We get so hung up. Well, my mom did this, my dad. And I used to get hung up on that because that's what psychology, like if you go to a social worker, they're going to get stuck on like, oh, this is, because your mom did this. And it's great to find out why we behave a certain way, but it's good also to understand that they're human and that's who they were. Even if they were, narcissistic or whatever, that's who they were. They did what they came to this earth to do, which was to screw you up. And then we have to do the healing ourselves. We have to undo all that screw up. But the most important thing for me has always been forgiving and letting go, because if we don't let go, it's going to only hurt us. Okay. And that was my PSA for the day. All right, my loves. Okay. So let me go to the next thing. Let me get the banner that I wanted to talk to you about. And it is the psychological and emotional toll of toxic love damages us. Well, do we have time for this? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So toxic relationships can impact your self-esteem, your mental health, and future relationships. Because if you're a little bit traumatized by something you went through, it's going to be harder to be in a relationship with someone the next time. Okay. That happens to everyone. And yes, we're not supposed to, or it's not smart to base our experiences on past experiences, but I think it's kind of smart, to be honest. They say no. Yes, kind of, if you see, like whenever I see signs or something feels like my narcissistic abusive ex, I cringe. And usually 99.9% of the times, they're in the MPD, they're abusive people that make me that feel that the cringe, right? And it's all about trusting your gut. Even if you don't know all these terms, the gaslighting, the lab bombing, blah, 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 about narcissism, how does it feel to you? Does it feel right? Does it feel good? If it doesn't feel right or good, then something is not aligned with goodness and with love and with peace. That's another big red flag for me. Are they disrupting my peace? Oh, yes. They can be disrupting your peace for two reasons. Somebody can be disrupting your peace because whatever they say or do is something that triggers you. So it's really kind of like an alarm system where you're like, oh, I need to work on this because, my parents did this, or this is what happened to me in a past relationship and I need to get over it. That's why it's, and that's fine. That doesn't mean the other person is a narcissist or an abuser. It's just something they say triggers you. And it's because you have to work on it. The other one is when you feel that, ooh, the cringe, and you really pull back and think about it. It's like something is not right. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't sound right. It doesn't look right. So that's when it's not about you. I always question myself, like, is it me that there's something in me that I need to work on? That's why I'm triggered. Sometimes they're just plain mean. They're just plain rude. They're just plain manipulative. And it's okay to step back. You know what? Those people, block them from your life. I love the blocking features on my phone, on my social media. Somebody causes you to feel, you know what I'm talking about. That's a scientific term, by the way. So run. Let me take a little bit more comments here. Hi, Grace. Salutation from New Mexico. Rose for a rose. Blessings. Thank you for the rose. Thank you so much. Here, I'm giving you my rose right there. My invisible rose. But thank you, Jessie, for joining us. I love you guys. All the people that are here on this live, thank you so much for being here. So let's go now again. Let's go back to what we're talking about, the psychological and emotional toll, how toxic love damages us. Okay. So damages us. Did I say damages us? I don't know what I said, you guys. I'm trying to speak in English a little faster. And because I'm a Spanish native speaker, sometimes I see speaker. It's like I thought about Spanish. It comes up like that. So bear with me, bear with my accent, with my Latinness, okay? Bear with it. All right. So one thing that, for example, gaslighting, how does it damage you, okay? And you know what, gaslighting is, right? Gaslighting, and if you don't know, I'm going to explain it to you. It's when people blame you for things they do or say they never said it. So they start making you feel crazy. Okay. They basically lie to you. And you're like, wait, I said that. Like, I remember my ex who was older than me. I was like, I think he's forgetting what I'm saying. But then come to realize, no, he was just gaslighting me, because he would say, like, I never said that. Or, you said that. I was like, my memory is pretty good. I don't remember saying that. I don't. Okay. So what happens with gaslighting is they make you question your reality, your own reality. And so what happens again? They make you think you're crazy. I never felt crazier than when I was with my narcissistic abusive ex. And let's make a little break here for a lovely comment. Love you also. Thank you. I love you. Say thank you so much, you guys. I love you guys. I love this community that we're building here with all these wonderful humans. We're all aligned, and whoever's not aligned, will just go away, right? But whoever is aligned, you guys, by the way, if you're aligned, definitely help me grow YouTube so I can have more of this, okay? More comedy marathons, more relationship coaching live, everything. So, excuse me. So here you can help me grow the channel and help others too by subscribing YouTube, The State of Grace Fraga. Okay. All right. Let's go back to what these red flags, what these things that these toxic people do affect you. Okay. So there's the push pull dynamics, right? One day they love you, the next they're cold. I call it the mixed emotions, the mixed signals that they generate. And they put you in this roller coaster of emotions, right? You're up one day, down the next, up for 2 days, down for 3 days. And that personally, the way I experienced it, which I experienced it very strongly, it just put me on alert all the time. Like I didn't know if I was going to find the nice person or the mean person. And even my narcissistic abusive ex, he said he had two, I'm going to say Mikes. We're going to call him Mikes. Nice Mike and mean Mike. He said it. He told me, right? And so those two personalities, so those two sides of them, one day they love you, the next they're cold. And it's great for them because you feel like you're walking on eggs constantly. I remember when like I would leave the house and then come back. When I came back, my stomach would hurt because I didn't know if he was going to be in a good mood, if it's going to be nice Mike, or if it was going to be mean Mike. I never knew what was going to happen. And I'm a very even keel person, so I like balance. I don't like that. I don't think many people like that up and down, up, and it's just, I can't deal with it. I mean, I can, but I don't want to deal with it. So if you feel that, you guys, toxic, and it's really bad for your mental, emotional, and physical health because you feel it. I was feeling it in my stomach, my fear. And I had a lot of heartburn, and I don't have it anymore, but I had heartburn. So it eventually, those emotions will manifest themselves on the physical realm, which is your body. So just be aware of that. You don't have to put up with this. You don't have to, okay? There's always a way out of these relationships, whether it's friendship, romantic partner, or even a parent. Okay, another thing, okay, how toxic love damages us is emotional exhaustion. What I was telling you, right? I got ahead of myself. So constant anxiety, self-doubt, and guilt. Terrible, terrible. This is not good. These are all like low vibrational feelings and emotions. And what means low vibrational is we all have an electromagnetic field. And whenever you feel these low vibrational, your electromagnetic field gets smaller. So you're more prone to disease or to like intrusive thoughts. When you are in constant love, peace, joy, enlightenment, and compassion, your electromagnetic field, and I'm not BSing you, this is like, there's studies about this, is so much bigger that there's no dis-ease that can really enter you because you're at ease. So why would we allow somebody who really needs to work on themselves, or maybe they were just born with this personality and they can't get over it and they can't change it? So why engage with people that bring you down, right? Again, whenever you feel you are down and cringe and the stomach, the butterflies in the stomach, not in a good way, and fear, run. Okay, that's my advice. I wish I would have given this advice to myself 20 years ago, not even 20, like probably like 13 years ago. That's when I broke up with this person. Anyway, he's been forgiven and forgotten. I only use him as an example to help others, to be honest, because I am so over him. All right. And here's Jose. I have a friend like that. Never know what side of the coin I'll get from her. I rarely contact her to hang out anymore. Oh, yeah, run. Jose, just run. You're such a chill dude and so even keel. I know we all have our moments, right? We're not like even keel all the time, but like you're so like, I hate this word, but normal, but like so so chill, more than normal, like chill. And it's not worth it. So good for you that you're just not engaging with her. I would personally, I would block her. And that's what I do with people that give me butterflies in my stomach in a bad way. Yeah, butterflies in the stomach, like when you're at the dentist. No, I have a full panic attack at the dentist. I'm not joking. Like full panic attack. Like I'm sweating. My palms are sweating. Oh yeah. They give me cookies sometimes because they know my sugar drops because I'm so nervous at the dentist. I had, by the way, 3 um, teeth, like in the back, including the wisdom tooth, drilled at the same time, like 3 of them in a row, which was way overdue, by the way, because I went through cancer and I didn't have time to go to the dentist. That was the last thing on my mind. Thank God no root canals, but they had to drill. It was, ooh, that was not fun. I am traumatized. I have to go for a cleaning in like 2 or 3 weeks. I'm shaking thinking about it. All right. And here Jose says some people can be emotional vampires. Absolutely. They drain you. And they need, okay, that's another thing. I love that you brought this up because they need your energy. It's almost like you're their supply, you're their food. And so that's why they keep you with the up and down, because with the up and down, right? Then you are unstable. And so you are, whenever you know that they're like in a bad mood, let's say you're going to go down, your energy is going to go down. I mean, not your energy, but your emotions are going to be like lower vibrational. And so they love that and they feed off of that. They're like, I'm telling you, if we could see a picture, it would be like this, like a big, elephant. Like, I am going to suck all your negative emotions because they feed me. Okay, that's my narcissist impression. Anyway, um, Jesse says, I love how you're talking about the magnetic field. It's practically Newtonian. Yes, absolutely. And quantum physics, because the quantum field, right? It's vibrational. And people think that's new age stuff. No, it's scientific. Scientific. Okay. And I always go to the water, Dr. Emoto, the water experiment, where if you speak love to water and they look at the patterns that the water creates, they're all like beautifully balanced and gorgeous. If you talk hate to the same water, the patterns start being like really weird and like, ooh, like it's suffering, like it's hurting the water. And so this is an experiment, you guys, and we are 70% water. So imagine what these people do to your health, mental, physical, spiritual, by having you up and down, up and down. No, it's crazy. But thank you for bringing that up. Yes, absolutely. I research all my stuff. I don't talk just from like, I have my own conclusions and things, but I do back it up. I like to back things up with things that are proven. Okay. If they're not proven, I will say I suspect or I think that. I look at water and I gotta pee, but that's more age than sign. Same, Jose, same. Don't worry, we're on the same train. All right, so let's go to an audience story, okay? And this one is called The Gaslighting Master. And this is, all the names here are fictional, right? They're real people, but the names have been changed. And the age has been kind of like around their age and where they're from. That's where they're from, but you never find them. So Rachel, 35, from Texas, she says, my ex, Adam, had a habit of lying. But every time I called him out, he'd say, I never said that. See, I told you. My ex did that. Or you're imagining things. One time he told me he was at work, but I saw his car parked at a bar. When I confronted him, he laughed and said, wow, I love how paranoid you are. It's kind of cute. Okay, psycho. I spent years thinking that I was the problem, he was the liar. Absolutely. Well, of course they put it on you. Look, okay, like all the people that the trolls online, it's all about them. When they say something mean about you, remember, I have to remind myself, it's all about them. And some of them are bots anyway. But, I hear, oh, I love this. Speaking of high vibes, you look, oh, thank you. You look amazing. Your skin is glowing. You look 19, hun. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you. It's called good lighting. I have a really good light. And there's a little bit of a filter on the video. See, I'm too honest. But no, it looks good because I am happy. See, when I'm happy, when you're happy, you're at peace. You don't let anybody disturb that peace and that joy. And you have compassion for your fellow humans. There's a lot of compassion going on with what's going on in the world. I have a lot of compassion and a lot of empathy. And when you have all of that, it just, I'm telling you, you will not need Botox. I never had one session of Botox. I can't, there's no way you're going to inject some poison. I just can't. No fillers, nothing. And the only choice I have is to stay on a high vibrational field, or else I'm going to look, like I'm 95. But yeah, thank you so much for your beautiful comment. I appreciate that. And you, Mister, don't look a day over 20. I thought you were 27. What? I'm still like, yeah, incredible. So anyway, I'm sorry, my nose is itching because I am very allergic, even though I have like an air purifier here. I have everything. They clean outside my apartment complex. They have a cleaning lady, and she's going a little crazy on the pine sol, okay? Because I'm telling you, the smell goes from under my door, and it's like I had one eye crying constantly the other day from that. But anyway, sidebar. All right. So, all right. So here I'm going to give you the psychological evidence why we stay. Why do we stay, right? We're all, talking about let's leave, don't engage. I stayed for a long time, 3 years. Why? Number one, trauma bonding. So our brain forms an addiction to toxic relationships due to intermittent reinforcement. Wow. So it's like almost, sorry, my nose is like the allergies are killing me. So it's like, see how important it is, like repetition, like words and situations and behaviors, how it affects your brain, and your brain controls your body. Don't forget that it's like a computer. So if you're going through a lot of trauma, it's going to affect your body eventually. I know that for a fact. So trauma bonding is why we stay. Okay. I think it's called the Stockholm syndrome, right? Where it's almost like you don't know anything better or anything else, and so you stay because of that. All right, another thing why we stay in these horrible relationships, okay, is self-doubt. When somebody is constantly gaslighting you, oh, I didn't say that, or no, you said that, and you're like, what? You start, honestly, I thought I was like having Alzheimer's or something, because I'm like, I know I remember saying this or not saying this, and I remember he said this or didn't say this. And I'm like, wow. And he was like much older than me, so I think it wasn't me with the Alzheimer's. But no, he did not have Alzheimer's. He actually was just a very experienced narcissistic abuser. Anyway, moving on. So when someone, we question reality, right? It's like, am I really crazy? Do I have dementia? Do I need ginkgo biloba because I'm forgetting stuff? It's like you start questioning yourself and your reality. Remember, we create our own reality. So if they start making you doubt of the reality that you're creating and how you perceive reality, wow, that's a mess. Because it's not because you're changing the way you see reality, is because they're shaking. It's like an earthquake, and you're like, whoa, I don't know if you've ever been through an earthquake. I have. And it kind of paralyzes me sometimes. And at the same time, I'm running for shelter, but I don't think I do it right. I don't think I do it right. But when it comes to having self-doubt because somebody is trying to make me doubt myself, no, I don't fall for it anymore. It's over. I am done with it. And I hope you are too. Okay. don't take shish from anybody. I'm just watching my words here on YouTube. Okay. This is a practical tip that I offer you guys. Okay. So this is a practical tip for just not allowing this to happen. Okay. The would you treat a friend like this test works for this too. If a friend was dating someone, treating them like this, would you tell them to leave? If so, take your own advice. Right? Yep. I actually, yeah, I remember there was a friend that was not being treated nice, and I wasn't being treated nicely. And I advised her to, not to leave, but like to look at what was happening. But see, again, I probably should have looked at myself. But when you're in these relationships, it's hard to look at yourself and to look at what you're taking and what you're going through. And also, you're in love with this person, not with the person, but with who they portrayed to be in the beginning, which was a lie. And you're always hoping that person is going to come back, and they never do. They might come back a little bit. Remember, they need the nice mic so they can pull the mean mic so they can keep you on that imbalance and roller coaster of emotions. But that nice mic is not real. They don't mean it. It's just an act. And by the way, mine was an actor. And you know what? Something in me in the beginning, I was like, he was love bombing me big time. And I was like, huh, he's an actor. So maybe is he faking it? I should have listened to my gut because I knew something was off. I couldn't put my finger on it because I wasn't as versed as I am now. I wasn't a relationship coach at the time. But wow, see, we have to listen to our gut. That's the number one thing in life. I think we have to listen because our gut is always right. It never fails you. They actually said, your gut actually is a microbiome, and they say that your gut has intelligence. So does your heart. It has intelligence because why is it cringing when something feels off? Think about it. Yeah, it has its own intelligence. So what I want to talk to about now, this is the last segment of this live, and it is breaking free and healing, how to escape a toxic relationship. This is the most important part. First, we analyzed what are the red flags. Then we're like, what do they do to you? No bueno. They're really bad for you. And then we're going to talk about how to break free from these horrible relationships. Okay. All right. Steps to leave a toxic relationship. I have 3 steps. If you want to take notes, the first and most important one, and it's the hardest to do, is the no contact. Block and delete. I cannot even tell you how many times I blocked my ex and deleted him. And then I remember his number, so I would input it again. I think now he's blocked. Yeah, I think I blocked him because he called me like a few years later when he was married. Anyway, we're not going to go there. But anyway, so yeah, block and delete. And you know what? Even when he called me, because I think I forgot to block because I was like, he's never going to call him, never going to call him. And he called me. It really affected me. I was crying. It brought a lot of like emotions that are not the high vibrational emotions. So why would I put myself through that when it can affect my mental health, my physical health, and even my spiritual health? Why? Right? And I questioned myself, like, why did I? It's because I was still, there was like a string, like an umbilical cord almost that attached me to him. And even though I cut it and it was getting thinner, there was still something there. And I think I have a theory. I know in my case, it's hoping that that person will become who the person that you met in the beginning that was the nice Mike and was not the real Mike. So you're always hoping, because since we don't, we're not narcissistic abusers, what you see is what you get, basically. I know with me, it's what you see is what you get. And it just, I still, this part of me doesn't understand how somebody can trick you and show you there's something when they're not. Or they can be both at the same time, the nice Mike and the mean Mike. So, no contact, block, delete, okay, and everything. Social media, your phone, everything. Number 2, steps to leave a toxic relationship. Lean on friends and therapy. Friends, good ones, okay? The ones that you keep, not the ones that acquaintances or they're every now and then friends, like your real friends. I had a friend who actually told me, after I told her a story, because I was mad he had done something. And she was like, honey, you're being abused. I was like, what? Do you hear that? Did you hear that? That's abuse. That's noise abuse. I live in a busy street in Los Angeles, so that was a motorcycle or something. Jeez, they're crazy. But anyway, so she was like, you're being abused. And it took me by surprise. I was like, oh, you know what? I think I am. And then I started thinking of all the times that I had been abused by this person and how mad. See, because you get so mad at some point that then they go, see, you're the problem because you're reacting to them, right? And so, yeah, she had to tell me that. And of course, I did go to therapy, and you can, even if you can't afford therapy, I educated myself on it big time. And by the way, I have a 30-minute free relationship coaching one-on-one if you want to do that. Okay. I offer that. Just DM me on Instagram and just say, hey, I saw you on the live and you said that we could get 30 minutes for free. And let me see here. If you go to the State of Grace shop, there's relationship coaching bundles that are way cheaper. Okay. And I will definitely, if you're in a narcissistic abusive relationship, I know I can help you for sure. I'll be there for you, support you, and help you get the heck out. All right. So, steps to leave a toxic relationship. This is very important, you guys, because remember, with the gaslighting, the love bombing, the roller coaster of emotions, right? Like one day they're nice, the next day they're not nice. When are they going to be nice? When are they going to be mean? It's almost like they're dominating you with their emotions. That's the worst feeling ever. And so with all of that happening, you doubt yourself, you doubt your reality, you even doubt your self-worth. It's like, am I that awful that I'm being treated like this, that I deserve this? So what we need to do after no contact, it's like cancer. No contact is chemo and radiation and surgery. You need to get that shish out, get it out. Okay. Delete. And then with all the treatment, and then block, meaning take care of yourself where you're not going to get it back. Do everything in your power to not get it back. And then lean on your friends in therapy. That would be literally cancer therapy, mental health, and talk to your friends or talk to the people that have gone through it, right? And then you have to rebuild your body and your mind and your spirit. So rebuild your self-worth is the most important thing. But you have to go no contact, help friends in therapy, and then you'll be able to rebuild your self-worth, because so you get all that crap out, and then you're like free to, okay, I am tired, I'm exhausted, I'm not sure who I am anymore, but I'm going to rebuild myself, because it's your birthright to be who you are, right? These people, like cancer, I always compare narcissistic abuse to cancer. If you get my book, Get This Off My Chest, which is about my cancer journey, there's a chapter I compare cancer to narcissistic abuse. It's the same thing, same concept. The narcissistic abuser is like cancer. And once you think about these people as cancer, believe me, you do not want to get cancer. It is not fun. Okay? Not fun. So why accept it? Like cancer comes to you and you don't even know you have it. And it's like, how the hell did I get it? And you have no control over it because it just appeared, right? But with people, we have the power to say no and step back and not engage anymore. We have that power, and we have to use that power before it's too late. All right, I have an audience story. Again, the names are not the real names, not the real ages. They're about approximate ages. Okay, but where they're from, I just kept that because there's so many people in these places. All right, this one's called The Breakup Awakening. And these are all stories that people DM me or my clients sometimes tell me. And if my client tells, of course, that's why all the names are fictitious. By the way, thank you for changing my name. Stop it. No, I would never bring, I ask actually for permission if I can just say the story with different name, different age and all that. And they give me permission. If not, I wouldn't say it. All right. So here's Jake, 28 from New York City. I dated Laura for 3 years. She cheated multiple times, blamed me for not giving her enough attention, and made me feel like I was lucky to have her. Wow. Okay. When I finally broke up with her, I felt like my world collapsed. But 3 months later, I looked back and realized I was never happy. Now I'm dating someone who treats me with actual respect, and it feels like a new world. See, that's the good thing about these people. They make you realize what you don't want. And they make you realize what you're really wanting in a relationship. Even if it's just a friendship or a romantic, it doesn't matter. They really open your eyes like, oh, I don't want this. No, thanks. This is not fun at all. It does not feel good. Again, the gut. Does it feel good? Mm-mm. And then let me tell you, my sequence of events was the gut was always like, it's going to be nice. It's going to be mean. And then my heart, I felt like my heart was hurting. I'm not joking. That scared me because he literally broke my heart because he was not who I thought he was and betrayed me. They betray you. It's a big betrayal of trust. So yeah, so be careful because it's like just stop the cancer before it starts spreading. And that's what I'm saying. That's just say no to cancer, i.e. narcissistic abusers. And again, you can get my book. And I'm actually going to show you the book. Let me show you. I'm going to show you the book, Get This Off My Chest. Let me find it. And so you can see what it's about. And you can get it for $5.99 at the State of Grace shop. And it's PDF, so you can read it on your laptop or on your phone. So here we go. Life hit me with a storm I never saw coming. Stage 3 breast cancer. But let me tell you something. When the storm passes, something beautiful can emerge. I know because I lived it. Get This Off My Chest is my story of transformation. It's about finding peace, joy, and positivity in the middle of the hardest battle of my life. This book is for anyone who's ever felt overwhelmed by life's challenges, especially when it comes to your health. It's not just another cancer memoir. It's a guide to reclaiming your life, your joy, and your power. When I was going through cancer treatment, I made a choice to laugh through the chaos, to surround myself with love, and to embrace every single day with gratitude. I want to share that with you. Get This Off My Chest is about shifting your mindset, flipping the script, and learning to find light in the darkest moments. Because I believe that transformation is beautiful, and every challenge, no matter how hard, is an opportunity to rediscover yourself. So whether you're fighting your own battle or supporting someone you love, this book is for you. It's for the warriors, the survivors, and anyone ready to live life with joy, strength, and a whole lot of humor. Get your copy of Get This Off My Chest. It's available on my online shop, www.thestateofgraceshop.com. Your journey to healing starts now. All right. So, like I said, there I have a chapter exclusively comparing cancer to narcissistic abuse. So, once you read that, you're going to be like, I'm not putting up with narcissistic abuse. It is cancer. It really is. All right, you guys, we've been going on for almost an hour, and I would love to hear your wildest toxic X story in the comments. If you can just write it, even if you're on the live or after the live, and if you're just watching the replay, I would love to hear your story, and or you can DM me your story, and I'll feature it next time or in a live that is appropriate for that story. So, and I'll change the name and the age, everything. I'll make you younger. Don't worry. that I will do. And here is Jose strapping ass kicking boots. Give me his name, Grace. Oh, I will. He's a known actor. I'll give you his name. Oh yeah. I will. I love it. Yeah. Well, we're talking, it's not anything, it's not a threat or anything. It's just, he just wants to have a talk with this person because he's my friend and he doesn't like the way I was treated. So, YouTube, you got that? All right. So, by the way, DM me for relationship coaching. Again, remember the State of Grace shop has bundles of relationship coaching. And if you DM me for the 30-minute free relationship coaching session, we can do it on Zoom or on StreamYard, whichever. Just go ahead and DM me on Instagram. One of my Facebook accounts is going to be disabled probably permanently because Facebook, just letting you know, they're sending emails that you have, it's an intellectual property infringement or some BS like that, which I have all my material. I have nobody's material. So there was no way. And I looked at the stuff I put up and it's like ridiculous. So they just, one of my accounts, I have two, they just almost, I appealed, but they might disable it. So anyway, so be careful with Meta because they go crazy. They go crazy, you guys. And so subscribe, remember, for more tough love with laughter. Subscribe to my YouTube, and let me put the banner, and it is the State of Grace Fraga. And if you have any topics that you want me to address on the next Relationship Coaching Live, just let me know, DM me, or just tell me in the comments. This is what I want to see next time. And I will definitely do it. We can talk about anything, you guys. This is a community. We're all helping each other. And that's the beauty of YouTube and social media. We can all help each other. We never had that. Like, I didn't have that growing up. I'm dating myself, but we didn't have that. So, and let's see. Oh my God, I know whom the individual is. Oh, you do? We'll DM Jesse. I'll tell you who it is. I'll be happy to tell you. Highly recommended. Thank you. He's recommending the book. Get This Off My Chest. Thank you so much. Ooh, do you have any more shows today? May I ask? Not today, but on Friday, I have two shows, you guys. Lunch with Grace at noon Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. And we're going to talk about going from cringe to confidence. Ooh, how about that? It's going to be a great live. And then, oh my God, Jesse, you're going to love this. Gina Brion is going to be my guest on the State of Grace podcast, which only airs and goes live on YouTube. So subscribe to my YouTube. There's so many good things happening, so many lives and videos that I post for you guys. And yes, so that's that show, The State of Grace, is going to be at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. I would love for you guys to join us. Gina is not only hilarious, super talented, but the most beautiful, coolest chick ever. Like, I remember and I always say this, we did a show together like literally 20 years ago. And I was selling my t-shirts. And she came with me, sat next to me, and sold t-shirts for me. I'm like, what? Comics don't do that for each other in general. She was so generous. She is so generous. Such a kick-ass. Amazing. You're going to love Gina. You guys need to join. And I know that Jesse loves Gina. So woohoo, Gina. Yes. And yes, Jose, 2 shows a day. We're doing 2 lives. Double shot of grace. Can't wait. Yes. Can't wait to do the lives. It's going to be a fun Friday. So, all right, my loves, I love you. Thank you so much for joining me today so that we could figure out toxic relationships, red flags, and how to get the hell out of that. So you are not crazy. Remember that you deserve love that feels like peace, not a battlefield. See you next time on Relationship Coaching Live, my loves. Have an amazing rest of your day. And thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. You too. And Jesse, you and Gina are my queens of comedy. Thank you. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for your love and support. And I will see you very soon. Well, hi, everyone out there. Thank you for joining me on Relationship Coaching Live. Today, we're going to talk about top 10 signs that she's a narcissist. So we always talk about narcissists as like men. And so I wanted to bring the female narcissist into the whole conversation because we met so many of them, right? There's as many female narcissists as there are male narcissists. So you think you've met someone who's always had to be the center of attention, turns everything into like their problem, or manipulates you like a pro? Well, then hold on tight, because in this video, we're diving into the top 10 signs of a female narcissist. By the end, you'll have the tools to spot one from a mile away. So let's get started. And trust me, you don't want to miss number 1. It's a game changer. Hi, I'm Grace, a certified relationship coach through IAP, author of several books on relationships, and also a comedian. Here on the State of Grace, we get real about relationships, personal growth, and of course, we keep it lighthearted. So let's jump in, okay? So now remember, before we jump in, that narcissism is a spectrum. We're talking about common signs here, but keep in mind that only a licensed pro can truly diagnose. Let's go. Okay. Sign. Let me get the banners up. Sign. Top 10 signs she's a narcissist is constant need for admiration. Oh my gosh. Okay. So a female narcissist, which I've encountered several, can't get enough admiration. She needs it like I need morning coffee. I don't know about y'all, but I love my coffee in the morning. Did you ever have a friend who somehow manages to like make every conversation about her last achievement or how incredible she is? Okay, so I have a friend. I'm going to give you personal stories, and I want you to comment also. Put it in the comments if you had an encounter with a female narcissist, with a woman narcissist who had this particular trait, constant need for admiration. So my story is I had a friend who during my birthday party, my birthday party, all right, she kept steering the conversations back to her new promotion. It's like, girl, I'd love to celebrate you, but can we just have one day? So that's when it's not about you, it's all about her. Okay. When you get together with those girlfriends that just, it's a one-sided conversation. And I have a few that I don't deal with anymore, but I've had a few, and I'm a good listener. So I would listen, and I'd be like trying to relate to what they're saying, but they were like, and then they go back to them. Do you put it in the comments. Do you guys have that kind of friend? Because I think we all have it. Okay. So sign number 2 of top signs she's a narcissist. Envy and jealousy. Ooh, this one's a big one. Jealousy is definitely a big one. Female narcissists don't celebrate others' wins. Do you have that friend that it's like, oh, I'm so happy for you? Like you told, oh, they don't say anything, right? Instead, like they're threatened by them. They'll throw shade in like subtly and sometimes not very subtle ways, to be honest. A female narcissist friend might downplay your achievements. Oh my God. Or worse, bring up her own similar win or try to top you. There's a game in improv that's top this. I feel like my ex female narcissist friends, they would be all about like, oh, well, you jumped from a mountain. Well, I jumped from a spaceship. Yeah. So it's like they don't necessarily like put you down, but just, that they're trying to top you, right? And it's just so annoying. But yeah, we all have that friend. All right, you guys, let's dive into, we're going to keep it short, but I want you to put in the comments, okay, how you found out, for example, like somebody was a narcissist, what were the signs, if any of these resonate with you, okay? Sign number 3, you guys, superiority complex. Oh my God. Okay, so this is my take on it. A female narcissist believes she's the queen bee. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I believe I'm a queen, but I also believe everybody is a queen, right? That's just the kind of girl I am. Everybody is a queen. I encourage everybody, and I want my friends to do the same with me, right? So it's kind of like an even queendom. We all have our little queendom, and we all respect it and admire it. But the female narcissist will believe that she's the queen bee, and she expects everyone else to bow down to her, right? Whether it's like at work, you have a boss like that, right? With friends or even family, she has to be the star. Nothing wrong with being the star, but when it's just all about topping you and I am the star and you're kind of like a starlet, it's a sign. And I'm not saying that like if one person has one sign, they're a narcissist. Okay, so be careful. Don't diagnose people. You want to go to your therapist and be like, okay, I have this friend, she does this and that. And they will tell you, she might be in the narcissistic personality disorder spectrum, right? And remember, narcissism is a spectrum. One person might have one of these and not the others. Okay. She might be like, oh, I am the best, I'm amazing. And she might not do the other things that we're going to get into. Okay. All right. I'm going to go into a personal story because that's what I'm doing on this live. And please, personal stories, I love to hear from you guys. Put it in the comments when I'm done or in the middle of the live. I will post the comment and comment on it and chat with you. So anyway, so this is my personal story on superiority complex. So there was a woman that I was friends with, and like, those people, they know everything. And I'm not saying like informed people, which is fine, right? I'm all for people that are informed and know stuff. Like if I mentioned a book, for example, like, oh, I read a better one, you should read this one, it's better than that one. It dives deeper into the topic or whatever BS. And if I suggested like a restaurant, she would be like, oh no, this one is so much better. It's like, hey, can we all just have our moments? Like you can have your moments, I'll have my moments. It's all shared. Okay. Nobody is better than anybody else. That's one thing. That's one of my philosophies. Nobody is better than anybody else. We're all the same. Okay. It's just if you think you're better than somebody else, it's judgment. And judgment, I'm not into judgment. It's kind of fun sometimes as a comedian, I judge for fun, but in real life, I don't like to judge. And that's just me. That's a personal choice. But anyway, she wanted to be superior in everything. I'm telling you, like it was really exhausting. Okay. Do you guys have a friend like that? It's always, they have a better one. And you see like the little like topic here, the little through line is they want to be better than you. I know a better place. I read a better book. So they always have this complex that everything they do and everything they experience is better than yours and they top you. And I feel personally that comes from a place of insecurity. So they just want to get validation by being narcissistic. And that's one level of narcissism. Or you have the other, like the extreme, the malignant narcissist, which, well, that's a whole different live. Okay. This is just like lighthearted top 10 signs. Okay. All right, you guys. Sign number 4 of top 10 signs. She's a narcissist. Drum roll. I don't do a very good drum roll, but anyway, there we go. Manipulative tactics. Oh my God. Yes. Narcissists are pros at manipulation, you guys. And with female narcissists, it's often more subtle than with guys, okay? They'll twist situations around, making you feel like the bad guy or guilty for nothing. They're a little bit more subtle than men. Men can be subtle too, but I think the female narcissist is more subtle. But there's female narcissists. I grew up with one that was not very subtle. In your face, she would tell you, okay? So let me see. We have a comment. Hi, Coach Judy. I love it. You did in your 20s, eventually went different ways. And we're talking about number 3, which is superiority complex. Of course, when we're in our 20s, we think that we're the best, that we're always going to be in our 20s. We're always going to be strong and healthy and have all this energy. And then life will bring you down, right? It's like, girl, you're losing your energy. Your body is not as tight as it was before, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I agree, Coach Judy. Sometimes it's not just narcissism, it's youth that where we're very confident or we're very insecure and we want to show that we're confident and we want to get validation from external sources. So I love that you said that because that's very, very true. Again, that doesn't mean we're narcissistic. We might be a little bit, but on the spectrum, there's from like selfie type of narcissist to the like malignant sociopathic narcissist. So again, these are all signs of the lower spectrum, like the lower kind of narcissist, not the malignant one. Okay, that one is a whole different vibe. And here is Prasanna. I'm shy to talk to women about what to do. Oh, sweetheart, I know. I understand. It's hard to talk to women. You're probably young, and it takes practice to talk to people in general, right? Because I know I was shy when I was younger, and I kind of learned how to be less shy. I pushed myself to talk to people and understand their point of view, and be open to listening, and be open to telling my experiences. So that just takes practice, Prasan. You'll get there, my love. Okay, so let's go back to manipulative tactics, so they are pros, again, at manipulation, going back to it. And the females are more subtle, right? And they make you feel guilty, where I'm just recapping what I said before, because, in between, I want to address the comments because this is a live and I love the conversation with you guys. So I'll tell you my personal story about this. And I remember I had a friend, and I pointed out something small, like something silly, like, to improve on the something that she did. We're not going to say specifics because I don't want the person to identify themselves with my story if they watch this. So, and next thing I knew, she's saying, after all I've done for you, this is the thanks I get. Wait, I think that was my mom. that was my mom, I'm telling you. And I'm thinking, wait, you just like, because they throw this at you and you're like, am I the villain here? That's manipulation 101, folks. That's what it is. Okay, so for those who are on YouTube, please subscribe, like, comment, and share. All right. I'm going to break here for a second and show you my book that I wrote about breaking free from narcissistic abuse. So I'm going to roll that. Let me find it here. I wrote it actually this year, you guys. I have so much experience with narcissistic abuse that I wanted to just share that experience. I've been writing books up and down. Let's just roll the tape. Have you ever felt like you've lost yourself, like someone else's manipulative grip was holding you back from being the strong, beautiful soul you truly are? I take you on a journey, my journey, through the darkness of narcissistic abuse to the light of freedom and self-love. Through personal stories, hard-won lessons, and powerful strategies, I'll show you how to break free from toxic patterns and reclaim your power. You are worthy of joy. You are worthy of love. And my friend, you are worthy of the life you've always dreamed of. Let me help you get there. It's time to heal, to thrive, and to live life on your terms. This isn't just a book, it's your guide to a brighter, more powerful you. Grab your copy of Healing from Narcissism today and let the transformation begin. All right, you guys, I hope you enjoyed that video. And if you want to get the book, remember, go to the stateofgraceshop.com. Okay. I'm going to put a ticker at the bottom. I apologize for the sirens. I always get sirens here. I live in a busy street. Apparently, there's a lot of crime here in Los Angeles, California. A lot of, let me tell you, I don't know if you guys have that Citizen app and it tells you where crime is in your neighborhood. Mine, like, I get notifications on the regular, you guys. It is something else. So let me put I can't find the State of Grace shop. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm just going to keep that there. Okay, you guys. So if you want to get that book, I also have a free ebook, okay, on narcissistic abuse. If you want to download that on the stateofgraceshop.com. So you just go to the section that says books on top. Okay. I have all the buttons, like, this type of merchandise, books, blah, blah, blah. So just hit books and relationship coaching and you'll see it there. So you can, if you can't afford the book. It's only $5.99 and it's on PDF. You can read it on your phone or on your laptop. But if you can't afford it, there's the short, guide to narcissistic abuse. Okay. So, not to be a narcissistic abuser, but to spot a narcissist and to heal from it. So, anyway, all right, you guys. I am going to go with number 5 of, drum roll. Hold on. Here it is. Top signs. 10 signs she's a narcissist. And now we're going to go to number 5. And it is lack of empathy. Oh my goodness. We know this one, right? And if they have empathy, I find in my life that they kind of fake it. They can act sometimes, so they pretend that they have empathy. But female narcissists can fake empathy when it suits them, right? But real empathy, like the real deal, where you feel it in your heart, nah. She might act sympathetic if there's something in it for her. But if it's just you needing support, honey, you're on your own. They don't care. And this goes also for the male narcissist, but we're just focusing on females narcissism. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story. I was going through a rough patch, cancer journey, and I was telling her my story, and she was like dismissing it, like, "Oh, everyone has problems. You're strong. You're going to be fine." All right. Well, I'm going to take my problems elsewhere because you are not providing any kind of empathetic support here. But yeah, it's just, I even had a friend who I got a mastectomy and reconstruction on my right breast. And once I got the reconstruction with an implant, she was like, oh my God, you totally inspired me to get a boob job. I was like, honey, this is cancer, not Baywatch. So anyway, that's the empathy I got for that. And I'm not looking for empathy, it's just nice when somebody connects with you and you connect with somebody else's experience. I don't know about you guys, but like I scroll through TikTok sometimes, and because I've been through the cancer journey, I'm always like this. I put my hand on my heart because I know, and I cry because I know what they're going through. And it's just the empathy is just, I think after my cancer healing journey, my empathy went like through the roof. It's crazy. But anyway, so you'll know when somebody is really empathetic and when they're not. You know it. You feel it, right? You feel it in your gut. Okay, so again, we are going to move on to, again, number 6 of top 10 signs she's a narcissist. Drum roll and playing the victim. Oh my God, this one's a classic, you guys. Whatever they mess up, they'll twist things to make themselves the victim. Oh my God, I know somebody, one of my exes married somebody who is like that. They will attack you and then be like, what? Are you attacking me now? It's like, I'm just responding to your attack, dude. What? That's the game they play, right? So the best thing I think is not to engage in their in their aggressions. I usually 99% of the time, I'm human. Sometimes I do get a little bit upset, but I try not to engage because they love that. They will twist it around, and even though you're the victim of their abuse, they will twist it so they make it look like they are the victim of your alleged abuse. Okay, sorry, roll my eyes. It's not on the script, but I just have to roll my eyes because it's like, see, I've experienced so many narcissists in my life, and the more you live, the more narcissistic personality disorder humans you're going to experience. It's almost like it's laughable at this point. Some of the tactics to me become so obvious that I'm just laughing. It's like, you're a clown, dude. It's like, I know what you're doing. So just no, I'm not falling for it. And female narcissists rarely take accountability, but they're pros at acting like everyone's out of to get them. Yeah, everybody is out to get them. That's the mentality of the victim. And I'm not saying, if you feel like life, you have experiences like illness or abuse and you feel like life is hitting you hard. That's not what I'm talking about, because you're not playing the victim. You feel like a victim. That's a whole different ball game. Playing the victim is, you're not the victim, but you switch the game onto the person you abused. I hope that makes sense to you guys. So I remember I had a friend, no names. She once threw a whole event into chaos, but still managed to say, people just don't understand me. It's like, honey, we understand. We just don't like the drama. We don't agree with it. Yeah, that's what's happening here. So anyway, let's move on, you guys, because we're going to keep it fresh and fast and fun. Top 10 signs she's a narcissist. We're going to move on to number 7. That's 7 in Espanol. So, blah, 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 blah. Excessive need for control. Oh, yes. And I'm not talking control where you want, you're organized and you want things to go a certain way smoothly for you and for everybody else. That's a whole different thing. I'm talking about loving the control. Okay. The female narcissist will plan down, like everything down to like the last detail, and get super salty if anyone dares to suggest something different. Like it's her way or the highway, right? If we're planning something together, I think everybody's input is important, right? But if someone wants to dominate, it's like, I think my way is the best way and we're going to do it this way. No, honey, there's the door. Bye. So I remember, personal story here. And if please in the comments, let me know if you've experienced any of these things and I will post it and we'll keep chatting. Okay. So I remember we tried planning a girls' night out once, those are fun, right? And let me tell you, this girl was running it like a military operation. I'm thinking, can we just relax and enjoy? But no. She had to be in control. Everything had to be her way. Again, it's a good thing to plan and also go with the flow. I think a mix of both is balanced. I'm all about balance, by the way. I have some Libra placements in my chart, so I like balance a lot. Anyway, we're not going to get into astrology, but I find it interesting that I have Libra in that. How I handle my life, I have Libra. So yeah, there's something to, I should do something about astrology, but anyway, let's move on. So top 10 signs she's a narcissist. And we're going to move on to number 8, obsessive focus on appearance or status. Yes. I mean, one thing is it's good to look good. And some people are like fashion or fashionistas, they call it, right? But this is different. Female narcissists like often have a thing for status and appearance. One thing is to do it because you love playing with fashion. That I think is artistic. It's a beautiful thing. But you'll notice that with female narcissists, and there's an obsession with showing off online, always needing compliments on looks, wealth, or achievement, right? And I'm not saying, we all have that to a certain degree where we post stuff and we want that validation. But if you always need that, it's always about you versus like, okay, I'm doing this to help other people. Maybe you'll relate to this, whatever. That's a whole different thing. Again, balance, a little bit of narcissism. It's not bad. Selfie, posting, something about you. We all want to celebrate your achievements and celebrate, you dyed your hair another color, whatever it is. But the constant need for compliments, I think, is definitely a narcissistic trait. I remember this one friend posted a casual selfie every day, like it was like a Vogue shoot or something. And if I didn't hit like within 5 minutes, I'd hear about it. Like she would like, did you see? And then they send you, like she used to send via DM. Like, did you see my post? It's like, girl, I've seen like 25,000 pictures of you. Yes, you look good. Moving on. All right. What do you have to offer the world besides the selfies? That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? And some of them will fake caring about others. Don't get me wrong. They will fake it. But, we want to look for those signs, these signs that are very constant. Okay. All these signs that we're talking about, they're not just one time, because we all, we're human. We all have a degree of ego. We have to, because ego is the one that has the fight or flight kind of thing, where if we're in danger, we're going to either fight or flight. So that's good. Ego is not bad. But when you cultivate the ego to the point where it's all about your ego, that's not healthy for you or for others, really. That's my take on it. All right, you guys, are you ready to go to number 9 of the top 10 signs she's a narcissist? Well, I know I am, because this one is a very strong one that it took me years to learn and to identify, and it's gaslighting. Now, gaslighting is a biggie. Okay. Female narcissists will make you question your reality, everything, denying things they said or did. That's one thing that drives me insane. No, I didn't say that. Oh, you said that. And I'm like, I had a friend, she was like, well, you said something that was not feminist. I was like, can you give me the example? Because I don't recall saying something that wasn't feminist or went against women. And she couldn't quote it. So what the hell, right? She was definitely gaslighting me, because if you reach that conclusion that something one time I said was against women, or was not girly, girl to girl, girl's girl, that's what I'm trying to say. It wasn't that, then if you don't come with receipts, dude, you're full of shit. Sorry, I had to say it. But anyway, so that was like, come with receipts. If you're going to accuse me of something, I'm totally okay with that. But just come with receipts. Show me. Let me know. And I'll look at it. I'll be like, oh, that was not cool. I reset myself. Like, that was not cool. There's something in me that I need to work on. That's what things like that, are for. If you say something and your friends call you out on it, we just look at it and we're like, oh yeah, that was not cool, man. That was really not who I want to be and what I want to cultivate in myself. So that's a different story. But if you come and tell me I did something, or you said something and you don't even remember what I said, dude, no, that's bye. Anyway, you guys, let's go to number 10 of the top 10 signs she's a narcissist. Sorry, I'm killing you with my singing, but I just feel very singy today. I don't know why. I don't know. I think because I went to the beach yesterday and I absorbed all that peace, and I got, the beach, the water is like, it takes away all my negativity or things that are not aligned with my higher self, or stuff that I want to get rid of, and I feel rejuvenated, and that's why I'm singing today. Okay, long story short. Anyway, so gaslighting, like I said, it's a big one. You definitely need to pay attention to that one. Huge. And that one takes, like I said, a minute to notice. All right, top 10, she's a narcissist. And now number 10, frequent drama and conflict. All right, we know what that is, right? I mean, a little bit of drama never hurt anyone, but if every other day or every week there's some new drama, a female narcissist is usually right at the center of that drama. Now, if things are peaceful, they'll stir the pot just to keep things spicy, because they like it like that. Not me. I don't like it like that. I mean, if there's drama, we'll sit down and communicate and figure out what's happening. But yeah, too much. No, every other day, I had actually a boyfriend who was like that. So men do have these traits too. Again, but these are particular to females and how they express those traits. That's what I wanted to do on this live. Okay. All right. So, personal story. Okay. I had a girlfriend that, we communicated a lot. This was when I was younger, right? And she would create conflict out of thin air, then act like she was the one who could fix it, make herself the heroine or the hero. I pronounce heroine like it's the DRUG. I don't know. My little Spanish accent, but it's exhausting, you guys. Exhausting. I just can't deal with it. I don't know about you guys, but I can't deal with it. So please feel free to comment. I love your comments, you guys, and I will address them. So anyway, all right, Grace Nation. That's what I call the people that tune in. It's the Grace Nation. We're all about healing, laughter, and shining our souls, right? I think that's what Grace Nation is about. So these are all the top 10 signs to look out for on a female narcissist. If this video, if this live helped you spot some red flags or just gave you a good laugh, please give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, and drop a comment below, okay? If you are ready to dive deeper into healing, check out the book that I showed you the little video about. It's Breaking Free, A Journey of Healing from Narcissistic Abuse. It's only $5.99 for a PDF copy. Did I say coffee? A PDF copy. You can read it while you're having coffee. So it's a PDF copy. Oh my God, I want to say coffee again. I probably am craving coffee. So you can read it on your computer or phone. And it's available at the stateofgrace shop.com. Okay. It's down there. It's on the ticker so you can see it. And if you offer, if you're looking, I offer one-on-one support. If you're looking for one-on-one support, I offer relationship coaching services with discount packages available again at the stateofgraceshop.com. I'd love to connect with you. Email me at the stateofgracefraga@gmail.com for a free 30-minute session to get started. Subscribe, like, and comment and share. Okay. And we have one more comment. Let's see. Coach Judy. I love Coach Judy. I just moved away from such women and can spot them even at events. Isn't it crazy how we learn how to spot women and men that are narcissistic? And we just know. We just smell them. We just see their energy and we're like, I see you, girl. I see you. So yeah, I totally agree, Coach Judy. Thank you for the comment. And here you're saying also that I have seen so many narcissistic women and move away. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what we do. Once we spot a narcissist, we can be, polite to them, but no friendship. No friendship. Okay. All right, my loves. Thank you so much for tuning in, for watching. And remember, you're stronger and wiser than you know. So I see you in the next live, Grace Nation. I love you guys. Are you ready to unlock your body's incredible power to heal itself? Discover the transformative journey in Healing from Within. In this powerful guide, I share my personal healing stories and the science behind the mind-body connection. With simple techniques like focusing on emotions, Healing from Within will guide you to tap into your own healing potential. This is your time to transform inside and out. Whether you're healing physically, emotionally, or mentally, Healing from Within will give you the tools you need to sustain a healing practice and embrace your journey. Healing from Within, available now at www.thestateofgraceshop.com. Visit www.thestateofgraceshop and start your healing journey today. Welcome to Relationship Coaching Live, where we talk about relationships. It can be anything. It can be relationship with a partner, relationship with your parents, relationship with a friend, even relationship with your GPS. So, today we are going to talk about the top 10 signs of a male narcissist. Have you ever felt like you're caught in a whirlwind relationship that leaves you drained instead of fulfilled? Well, today we're exposing the top 10 signs of a male narcissist so you can spot the red flags before you're in too deep. Grab a pen because these are the warning signs no one talks about, but everyone needs to know. So let's dive in. So, sign number one, we're going to go from 1 to 10. It's a grandiose sense of self importance. What is that? Well, a narcissist will often exaggerate achievements or talents. We know those people, right? And they expect you to treat him like he's the center of the universe. He may constantly remind you of his big plans, right? Or how lucky you are to be with someone like him. We've all experienced that. And please, by the way, in the comments, let me know if you've experienced a male narcissist, whether it's a partner, again, it can be your parents, it can be a brother, a sister, a boss, anybody that you have to deal with. So you often wonder, like, is this person a narcissist or am I tripping? No, you're not tripping. Okay. So, like we said, the grandiose sense of self importance is a very, very obvious sign. Okay. And why this matters? Because this sets the stage for how he expects to be treated, which is like a king, while you're left as the servant. Yes. I dated a celebrity who was an older celebrity who was a narcissist, and yeah, I was like the not so important person when we were in public, and he was the important one, which whatever, I really didn't care. I kind of got used to it at some point, but you don't have to get used to it. If you can cut ties with a narcissist, definitely do it. Block them. Just if they're toxic for you. Now, if you can handle the narcissist, then, and you have to, because that's another thing. If you have to for a while until you can get out, um, these are really, I'm going to actually do another video as far as how to deal on an emotional level with these traits, okay? With like having to deal with a narcissist even though you don't want to. But today we're just going to do the plain facts, top 10 signs. Boom. Okay. All right, you guys. Sign number 2, ba-da-ba-da-bam, lack of empathy. Oh, yeah. Okay, so if he struggles or outright refuses to understand or care about your feelings, like if you're upset, he'll either dismiss it or twist the situation to make it all about him, right? It's all about them. And why this matters? Because empathy is the backbone of a healthy relationship. And without it, you're left feeling invisible. And that's another thing. You feel like you don't matter with them, but they kind of tell you you matter and you're important to them. But then with their actions, they kind of show you that you're not. So not only listen to what they say because they tell a lot of lies, but also, so listen, sometimes they tell them themselves. That's what I'm trying to say. But also look at the actions, you know, and just write down this top 10 list if you can. And just, put it in your notes on your iPhone or on a piece of paper or on a little sticky pad thing. I love these. Those are my favorite. I have them all over the place. But just remember, if they have like 80% of these traits, yeah, you're with an arc. Anyway, all right. So let's go to sign number 3, excessive need for validation. So the thing is that narcissists thrive on attention and compliments, okay? And it's okay to want a compliment if you're like, do I look good in this dress, or do I look good in this fit? Great. That there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said before in many of my videos, there's a spectrum of narcissistic personality disorder, and we all kind of fall into some kind of narcissism, but like the selfie type of narcissism is not that important unless it's accompanied with most of these traits. Okay. So why does excessive need for validation matters? Because his constant neediness can be emotionally exhausting for you and often feels like a one-sided dynamic. You know what I'm talking about, right? It's tell me how I look and how cool I am, but I'm not going to tell you how cool you are. Even if you ask me, maybe I'll just throw you a little bone. Oh, they're good at throwing bones. Like, yeah, all right, and sometimes also they're good at, we're going to talk about that, about just bombing you with compliments. So that's another one, but we'll talk about it a little bit further down this video. Okay. Number 4, sign that he's a narcissist. And it is manipulative behavior. Oh my gosh, we all know someone like that, right? He uses guilt, charm, or even threats to get what he wants. Now, the guilt and the charm is one level of narcissism, but the threats, that's just borderline. Like he's probably capable of being violent. So I would say, because I've met people like that. And so you have to be very careful. If somebody threatens you, first of all, that's bullying. Bye, 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 bye. Never see you again. I don't put up with that. I don't know about you guys, but I don't. That just says a lot about a person. And even if they apologize, it's like, no, not for me. So this could be like the manipulative behavior could be as subtle as saying, something like, you don't really love me if you won't do this, or as overt as outright lying. Yeah. Why does this matter? Because manipulation erodes trust and creates a toxic cycle that's hard to escape. Yes, because once we start being manipulated, we kind of get used to it. And I know this sounds crazy, but I remember, with my experiences with narcissists, like narcissistic personality disorder, like top of the line narcissist, you get into that toxic cycle and it's almost like you put up with it because it's kind of like, okay, I'm in this relationship. Maybe they're having a bad day. He's having a bad day or whatever. So just don't put up with it. Okay. Definitely don't. Number 5. Let's go with number 5 now. And it's a sense of entitlement. Oh my gosh. We all know someone like this, right? He expects special treatment without putting in the effort to earn it. Yes. And on top of that, special treatment, if you're bullying me and you're being mean to me at times, no, I don't think so. So whether it's like cutting in line or getting the best seat or having your cancel plans for him, his need always comes first. It doesn't matter. It's even if they fake it, because remember they lie. So they might tell you otherwise, but watch their actions and also listen, because again, they will tell on themselves. And another thing I always say, with a narcissist, an accusation is a confession. So if they're telling you, oh, you're an idiot, or whatever, they insult you. That's what they think of themselves. That's what they are. Or they don't think of themselves as that, but they deep down, they know who they are. Or you're mean and you're not mean. And they're like, you're mean. Because I remember I had one, like, it was, you're mean. And I was like, like how? And he was mean, very, very mean. So anyway, so sense of entitlement, where, why it matters? Why? Because a relationship can't thrive when one person always takes without giving. A relationship it takes two to tango, right? So no. Anyway, we're going to go to number 6. We're going to just go through these and then we're going to talk about other things about narcissism. But I want to get through these because I want you guys to spot these traits and definitely take care of yourselves, okay? And do whatever you need to do, whether it's cut ties or not engage with them. Another thing is not engaging with them is a good idea, or just plain block them. Okay, so number 6. This one is one of my favorite because they do it so much. Blames others for everything. Oh yeah, it's like the devil made me do it kind of thing. Nothing is ever his fault. If he loses his job, it's his boss's fault. If you're upset, it's because you're too sensitive. We met people like this, right? It's not because they said something mean. Oh, it's a joke. No, honey, it's not a joke. You just said something really mean about me and I don't appreciate it. But it's always you. It's your fault. You just can't take a joke. You're too sensitive. You're whatever. You know, they always find an excuse. They're masters at it. And you remember, the older they are, this was what I find. The older they are, the better they are at the game. Like I know people in their 80s that are, oh my gosh, like so good at it that it's like a master class in narcissism. It's very sad. So anyway, so why it matters? Because this refusal to take accountability forces you into the role of the problem solver, which is emotionally exhausting. You know, they might come up with a story and it's always the other people. It's him or her, you know, it's her fault, his fault. And it's not like they never go into themselves and it's like, well, was it me that I did something to provoke this person and have that reaction? Or is it truly this person said something mean and I reacted a certain way? No, it's all about, they don't even question themselves. Remember that. Narcissists don't even question themselves. So just don't take it. Just don't take it, please, ever. You don't have to take their sheesh. All right. Number 7, charm with a hidden agenda. Because at first, oh, honey, they're like Prince Charming, attentive, sweet, magnetic. I love you. You're the love of my life. You're amazing. You're incredible. But this charm often fades when he feels like he's secured your trust or commitment. They feel or they think that they secured it. That doesn't mean that they have. Okay. And why this matters, okay, this charm, it's also called love bombing. Okay. It's a phase where they hook you in and they make it really hard to see his true colors later because you're always going back to, oh my gosh, but you know, he was so nice to me and so sweet. And he told me he loved me and he was crazy in love with me. And what? No. It's all a plan to hook you into their game so they can get emotional supply from you. We're going to dive deeper into all of that. And there's some videos actually that if you if you go to the playlist that says Healing from Narcissistic Abuse, you'll have tons of videos there. They're all compact, some relationship coaching live and some are not. And there's a lot of things that I talk about with narcissism because it's an endless topic. Trust me, it's ridiculous. So charm with a hidden agenda. So why it matters? Because the love bombing phase hooks you in. And like we said, then you're hooked in. And once you're hooked in, very hard to get out. But you can. It's possible. Okay. By the way, I provide relationship coaching sessions. And if you want to book a 30-minute free session, please just message me on Instagram. Follow me first, okay? Because you have to follow me first. It's at the State of Grace Fraga. So I can get it in the inbox. That's the one where I can see the messages, okay? All right, you guys. So we are going to reveal sign number 2. Wait, did I say 2? You know what I'm doing? When I do the top 10 with Grace, I go from 10 to 1. So I'm like, sounds about right. We're about a 2 now. But no, we're not. Okay. So now it's going to be, let me see, sign number Here it is. 8. There it is. I just had to look at the banners. Gaslighting. He makes you question your reality by denying things he said or done, making you doubt your own memory or feelings. Okay. Please remember, you are not the one with the bad memory. And what I recommend, once you start noticing this behavior in him, keep receipts, screenshot your text messages. Even, I know this is, I'm not going to say tape him, but I don't know. It's up to you. I would say just keep receipts. Yeah, I wish I would have done that, because I'd be like, wait, what? Am I losing my memory? Do I need some ginkgo biloba? What is happening? He's the older guy, not me. What? Okay. But no, it wasn't me. For sure, it wasn't me. And then also what you can do, and I did this, I would tell a friend, like, he said this, this, and that, right? If it was something that really mattered to me, and then I would have a witness, like, oh, okay, I'm not crazy. I did that in the end, because I didn't catch on until later, because I had no idea what narcissistic abuse was until it was revealed to me. Okay, so for example, I never said that, or you're imagining things. Alarm, red flag. Please just watch out when they say that, okay? And why does it matter? Because gaslighting keeps you off balance and easier to control. Because when you start doubting yourself, then you start doubting, are they a narcissist? Are they being mean to me? Are they, you start asking questions, because you're not a narcissist. And so you are able to, you have a conscience, right? And so you're able to ask yourself questions about yourself and look in the mirror and be like, is it me? That whenever something happens, I'm always like, is it me? I'm always like, did I do anything wrong, or anything that I shouldn't have done, or that upset this person? So that people who are not in the spectrum, usually that's where they go. Okay. Gaslighting is a huge one. Huge. So this one, I would say the love bombing and the gaslighting, those two are a telltale all. Just if you see those, sense those, feel those, start taking notes, honey, because you might be with a narcissist. Okay. So like I was saying, relationship coaching, if you need, I'm certified IAP, whether it's narcissistic abuse or anything else, it's a relationship, even your relationship with your food, the food, whatever, anything, and your GPS, because I do have a relationship with my GPS. I have arguments with it, and I always thank it. Thank you for bringing me here. Or it could be Siri, it could be Alexa, I don't know, anything. So there, I offered 30-minute free, like I said, message me on Instagram. And if you go to the State of Grace shop, let me put actually, I'm going to put that on, it's actually there. It's on my headline. If you look at my headline, there it is, the State of Grace shop. And I'm actually going to put it on the ticker. I offer discounted sessions. So you definitely want to visit that store. And it's actually super fun. It's not just, here it is. Okay. So it's 10% off the merchandise, because the relationship coaching sessions are already discounted. Okay. Let's go back to narcissistic abuse. Sign number 9. Envy and jealousy. Oh, yes. He's envious of anyone who receives attention or praise, even you. That has happened to me when we're in the same business, in the entertainment business. And when I received attention or praise over him, not bueno. He did not like that. He might downplay your accomplishments or criticize you for bragging. He never did criticize me for bragging, but he kind of didn't even know what my accomplishments were. I have a whole story, but it's not the time to tell it. But yes, they do that. And why does this matter? His jealousy can stifle your personal growth and make you feel guilty for shining. Did you hear that? They make you feel guilty for shining. What is that? They want to dim your light. Why? Because then there's more spotlight on them. No, unacceptable. block, see you never. Okay. Number 10, you guys. Okay. Explosive anger or silent treatment. So when things don't go his way, he may lash out with anger or punish you with silence. Both tactics are used to regain control and make you feel small. Yes, the silence one, I've seen that happen, but not to me. And the lash out, my ex was more like the lash out. It was crazy. But the silence one can be a form of abuse. And again, we've all done some of these things, but it doesn't mean that you're fully narcissistic, have narcissistic personality disorder. Um, like I said before, love bombing, gaslighting, to me, those are like telltale. Okay. But these also pay attention to these for sure. Why it matters? Because this creates an emotional roller coaster, keeping you in a constant state of anxiety. The anxiety levels when you're with a narcissist are insane. Insane. I like just I couldn't even tell you. And I went to food because that's when I'm anxious, I eat. And I'm sure other people probably don't eat. It just depends how you react to this whole insanity, because it is insanity. It really is. It destabilizes you, it dysregulates you. And yes, it's not your fault. It's you have control over the situation in the sense that you can leave, you can block them, you can cut ties completely. Absolutely. Why would you want that energy, that toxicity in your life, right? And when you go back, this is my advice. Whenever you go back to, oh, but he was so nice to me and he told me he loved me and that I was beautiful and he's never met anyone like me. Oh, honey, no. Mm-mm. Don't go back to that, because that was the hook to get you hooked into their insanity. They they actually are fed by our negative emotions. Um, and I think that is a telltale thing. If you feel drained, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday about this. If you feel drained, or if you feel like you're really tired and you're not sick or there's anything going on, watch out. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, alarm needs to ring that alarm bell. I do, believe me. So, final thought on this: recognizing these signs isn't about judging someone, okay? It's not about judging, oh, you're a narcissist, because nowadays everybody's, you're a narcissist. No, really get receipts, analyze, make sure at least they have 80% of these top 10 signs that you can spot, okay? It's really about protecting your energy and emotional well being, because it is a proven fact that when you're with a narcissist, with a toxic person, your immune system is weakened, because a doctor explained it to me. When your immune system is kind of busy with your emotional turmoil, it kind of quote unquote forgets to fight disease, or it's too into the emotional turmoil to fight the disease. I was sick constantly when I was with my narcissist, constantly. It was pathetic. If you're seeing several of these behaviors, trust your gut and prioritize your peace. Your peace is the most important thing in your life. Peace will make everything fall into place in your life. Everything, even your finances. I'm not kidding. But when you're in turmoil, everything is a mess, or eventually it's going to fall apart. Even if it seems like it's okay, eventually it's not going to be okay. So remember that a healthy relationship, oh, did I just say relationship? Sorry, my Spanish tongue sometimes just bleh. So remember, a healthy relationship, okay, feels like home, not a battlefield, which is how you feel when you're with a narcissist. You feel like you're fighting a war. No, not acceptable. Let's keep the conversation going, and please comment your thoughts below or share your own experiences. And remember that you are not alone on this. Okay. I would love to hear your thoughts on this, or you just have some comments. If you want to comment, I would love to hear what your experiences have been with a narcissist, or what you know about a narcissist. If you can add some more information that I have not added, I had not put on this live, definitely. And again, I am available for relationship coaching. If you go to the stateofgraceshop.com, there's a button on top, books and relationship coaching. And if you want, also, I have a book on narcissistic abuse that you can actually get. I'm going to post a comment first, and then I'm going to show you that book. I have a little blurb on the book, a little video on the book. So here is my friend Jessie. Hi, Grace. Wonderful Tuesday to you. How are you doing? I would like to ask if this goes back to the insecure little boy and little girl per the narcissist, the wounded child. Yes. They hurt people hurt others, right? We heard that. And that's what this is all about. And for some reason, because of their narcissistic personality disorder, they cannot deal with that properly. Because they're not able to look at themselves, because everything is caused by the external circumstances. So yes, beautiful. I love that, because that's a conversation that we can have on another live about the narcissist and the wounded child, or just the wounded child. How we can heal that inner child, because that is a real thing, you guys. The inner child is there and very much alive in you. And it doesn't mean you have multiple personalities. It means, on a quantum physics level, I think what it means is that all the timelines, first of all, are parallel. Like the past, present, and future is all happening at the same time. So it is you in another timeline, but it's still you. Okay. So yeah, your inner child, and you can actually talk to your inner child and heal your inner child. I've done that, and it's a beautiful thing, because it's there. Okay. Don't think, oh, that's BS. It's there. Inner child is there. And now let me show you a video about the book, the narcissistic abuse book that I wrote, that you can get at the State of Grace shop. You can put Grace 10 off, and you get 10% off the book. And it's on PDF. You can read it on your phone or on your laptop. Have you ever felt like you've lost yourself, like someone else's manipulative grip was holding you back from being the strong, beautiful soul you truly are? I take you on a journey, my journey, through the darkness of narcissistic abuse to the light of freedom and self-love. Through personal stories, hard-won lessons, and powerful strategies, I'll show you how to break free from toxic patterns and reclaim your power. You are worthy of joy. You are worthy of love. And my friend, you are worthy of the life you've always dreamed of. Let me help you get there. It's time to heal, to thrive, and to live life on your terms. This isn't just a book. It's your guide to a brighter, more powerful you. Grab your copy of Healing from Narcissism today, and let the transformation begin. All right. So that's what that book is about. It's really a great book. It has everything from how to spot a narcissist to healing from narcissistic abuse. So everything we talk about here is there, but kind of like summarized in a way. And it's very fast in the sense that it's a quick read, and you can absorb the information easily. Okay. And it has stories also, so you can relate to them. So is that the whole projection thing? I kind of feel bad for those people, not in the way of compassion or sympathy, but because that is what they choose. I know exactly what you mean, because that's a question. Should we have compassion and empathy for a narcissist? Yes and no. I know that sounds crazy, but yes, because they kind of were born that way. I think it's a disorder, a personality disorder. But at the same time, I feel like you said, maybe they're choosing to continue that dysfunction. Maybe, it's like somebody who has a mental illness and which a personality disorder, like somebody with a mental illness or without, they can fall into the spectrum. So that's different from the spectrum of narcissistic personality disorder. Um, but I feel like a lot of people that have mental illnesses, they choose to get better, right? And to react, to be self-conscious about, oh, well, that, I have a friend who's bipolar, right? And she, um, no, don't worry. That's what I meant. I apologize. No, 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 it's fine. No, I know exactly what you were saying. So I have a friend who's bipolar and she's very self-conscious, right? And so she's like, am I boring you with this or am I too intense on this? And I love that she asked that question, not because it bothers me. Like I love to listen to her. She's brilliant and funny as hell. But it's like, I love that she's self-conscious. So that tells me she's not a narcissist, right? She's very self-conscious. So, but narcissists, I think, lack the power to be able to look at themselves and be like, oh, it's me who's, am I the drama? Like, right? Like Kim Kardashian. Am I the drama? No, oh, it was a Kim Kardashian or it's a TikTok sound. I can't remember. But am I the drama? Yes, you are the drama. But they don't. It's like, am I the drama? No, they never ask that question. It's like they're the drama. They made me do it, right? So I think that that's the difference. And yeah, so if you guys have more comments or questions, please feel free to show them on to write comments, and I'll show your comments. You're part of the live. And by the way, let me show you. Let me take the comment out so I can show you. I have my T-shirt for my Christmas collection, Slay All Day, and I have mugs and I have desk mats and I have like 4 different things like this one is one of the mugs. I love this one. It's like, I put the hoe in ho, ho, ho. That's my favorite. And then another one is resting Grinch face. And the other one, naughty or nice, but I can't remember. So let me roll. Actually, I'm going to roll it at the end, which I'm probably going to go because I want to keep this short and sweet. And again, if you have any questions or comments, please make sure you comment and help me grow the channel so we can help more people with narcissistic abuse and help us grow the channel by subscribing on YouTube, the State of Grace Fraga. And if you see, I have a playlist, like I said before, called Healing from Narcissistic Abuse. And you'll see everything about it. And we're now, we have another podcast called Strength and Recovery about getting sober. And we also have, I'm going to continue one that I started and during my cancer journey, I had to stop it. It's called Living Well, and it's about clean living. My whole channel is about making your life better, giving you more joy, more peace, more health. So let me see. We could literally spend a week on this subject. Fascinating. Oh, a week, totally, like 24/7 a week. So yeah, that's why I love to put this up, to go back to this subject because it is so prevalent. Like narcissistic abuse is so common. And now with social media, we are seeing people that are talking about it. So it's like, oh, before when I experienced it, nobody was talking about it. And it was the time when social media was for kind of like, look what I ate, and stuff like that. So I didn't know. I had to literally have a friend tell me, you're being abused. And then I had to go to a therapist. And even when we went to therapy together with my ex, he would charm the pants out of the therapist, obviously not a great therapist. And he would be like, oh, there's no problem here. Really? And then he had a therapist who allegedly said that I was the problem. She was a woman and he was a very charming man and quite good looking. So there you go. You figure it out. I'm telling you, these people, they just drive you nuts. But anyway, so guys, thank you so much for being on the live. We go live every Tuesday at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time. That'll be 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. And next week, I think, let me see what we're going to talk about because I have so many lives, you guys. I have to figure it out. Oh, next week is how to deal with the holiday blues. So you definitely want to tune in next Tuesday. And the rest of this week, for you guys that like the Tias, we have a Christmas special with the Tias live on Thursday, December 19th at noon Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. And then if you want to hang out with me and have dinner with me on Friday, December 20th, I go live with Chat with Grace at 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. And that's it for this week. That's plenty. Okay. And don't forget my New Year's Eve party on December 31st. You can get the tickets at the stateofgrace shop.com. And let me put up the banner right there, the ticker. And yeah, just get it. And it's only $10. And we're going to start at 8. We're going to play games. We're going to talk about our New Year's resolutions. And instead of doing it on YouTube, I decided to do it on Zoom. So I might stream it on like as a private, I don't know. I decided to do it on Zoom because this is what I felt. I felt like for a party like that, we have to be kind of like be able to talk rather than just type, right? And so, or I might just do it on StreamYard, but that's a little harder to have that many people. I think Zoom is going to be best. So get your tickets, $10. We're going to be there from 8 to bring in the new year together. It's going to be fun. You might get a visit from Bill or Consuelo or Psychic Priscilla. So you might get a visit from them. I will show you videos that are only available on my paywall that are super fun and funny. And we will play games. We will get to know each other. We would shoot the shit. I will just try some stand up with you and see if you like it. And you can give me the thumbs up or thumbs down. That's what we've been doing on our private parties. And I always have people on the private parties and we have a blast. It is so fun. It's like my favorite date, you guys, is dating you on a Saturday night. You guys are like the best. And I have so much fun. And so yeah, it's going to be a blast. So get your tickets at the State of Grace shop. And it's like the first thing on the website. You will see that there's a party flyer and then you can get your ticket. Okay. And remember to check out my merchandise while you're there, which is right after the ticket poster. My Christmas sleigh all day. Ho, ho, ho. All the fun. And by the way, I buy these t-shirts. The quality is amazing. They're wonderful. And the mugs are great too. The desk mats, I buy everything because I want to make sure that I like the product. So they have been tested by Grace. And if you have a problem with them or whatever, there's a defect, they just refund you right away. So you just let me know. I can actually get you the refund super quick. Anyway, you guys, if you want to contribute to, because if this live has blessed you and has enlightened you and helped you, feel free to Venmo me at Grace-FM, like Radio FM, or a Cash App is Comedian22. So thank you so much, my loves, for joining me. I love you. I want the best for you, and I want you to have joy, peace, love, and enlightenment for the rest of your lives. Have an amazing rest of your day, and hopefully I'll see you on Thursday. Well, Consuelo will see you on Thursday. All right. Mwah. Love you guys. Well, hello, Grace Nation. Are you ready to slay your holiday style? Then check out the State of Grace shop for the most fun Christmas merch around. Start your day with a mug that speaks your holiday truth, like I put the hoe in ho ho ho, or resting Grinch face. Trust me, these mugs will make your coffee a little sassier. And these teas, honey, they are naughty and nice. Rock nice until proven naughty at the office party, or slay all day for your cozy Christmas movie marathons. Perfect for spreading laughs, love, and a little mischief. So what are you waiting for? Sprinkle some holiday magic on your wardrobe and sip your way to cheer. Head to the stateofgraceshop.com and grab your mugs and teas before Santa takes them all. Shop now, because these goodies are definitely on the nice list. Hey, everyone out there. Thank you for joining us wherever you are, whether you're on Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Twitch, or LinkedIn. That's how many platforms we're streaming on. I appreciate you tuning in. Today, I was going to have Oksana Lovich talk about Abundance, her new book, which is amazing. I read it and I loved it. But unfortunately, she's having technical problems. So we're not going to be able to stream her today, but we'll reschedule. And what I'll do is I will continue with my narcissistic abuse series. I have some new stuff regarding narcissistic abuse that I found online that I thought was really interesting. Let me actually show you these. These are super interesting that I thought they were amazing. It's like, wow, right on. So let me share the screen with you. Let's see. I think it's this one. No, I don't know why it can't access. Okay, we're having technical problems today, apparently. So I don't know why it can't access. Dude, what's happening with this? Come on, access it. Okay, let me try it again. And if it doesn't, I'll just read it to you. Okay, it's not doing it. That's okay. It's one of those days today, which is fine because we overcome everything, right? If we overcame narcissistic abuse, we can overcome a little technical problem. So here is a list that I'm going to read because for some reason with my new laptop, I cannot show it. And feel free, you guys, to comment as I speak and ask questions or just tell me about your experiences with narcissism and healing from narcissistic abuse. So that's what this series is about. So we have one on Facebook and two on X. Amazing. All right. So this is what I found online, and I think it's really accurate. So narcissists have tantrums when you tell them no. Oh, yes, honey, because you're ruining their plans to dominate and abuse you and control you. So yes, when you tell them no, they throw a big fit. Okay. Also, narcissists, this is like, when do narcissists have a tantrum? Okay. It's going to be, I'm going to put it up here because I can't just show the picture for some reason. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in a banner. So let me create a banner for you guys. Narcissist. I always have trouble. Narcissists. Oh my God, it's so hard to spell it. Narcissists. Oh my God. Okay, have it. Oh my God. Narcissists. Oh my God. Okay, I need help. Narcissists. Okay, I got it, you guys. Have a tantrum when, and so this is going to be the prompt, okay? And for those who have just joined us, we are going to say the first one. So narcissists have a tantrum when you tell them no. Yes or no? feel free to comment. I love your comments, you guys. They will show from X and others. Some don't show, but if I don't address it, it's because it's not showing on my streaming service. So, okay. So you can actually fill in the blanks too. Let's play this game. I'm going to just go with it. And you're going to go, narcissists have a tantrum when, and just give me your take on it, on your experience and what you had to overcome with these people. There, I'm telling you. Okay, anyway, let's go. Narcissists have a tantrum when they're in the presence of someone who either has more money, higher status, or is better than them in any way. That is so true. Oh my gosh, you guys. So I dated for 3 years, and we lived together, actually, somebody who is a character actor. And I'm not going to say names, and you won't find it on the internet. I hope, because I think I deleted everything. I just cleaned it up. But if you find it, whatever. I'm not going to say yes or no. Allegedly, okay, whenever like somebody said, I'm sorry, I always have the sirens going on because I live near the police station and they're like going crazy, but they're not coming for me. Oh my God, they're so annoying. Okay, go get it. Put out that fire or whatever you're doing, guys. Okay, so I remember like whenever people would say we were both stand-ups, right? I'm still a stand-up, obviously, and he still is, I think. And whenever somebody would say like, thought that I was funnier than him, oh my God, he would be so mad. Why am I doing MSNR or whatever it's called? I am doing. Okay. But anyway, yeah, in the presence of somebody that's better than them or they're perceived as better. I don't know if I'm funnier than him. I don't even care. I don't care if I'm funnier than anybody. I'm me, period. But I know that if somebody said that, he would be mad. And also he felt threatened. Like I met several celebrities and he was always like, they're hitting on you. I was like, no, dude, they're not hitting on me. It was like, because he felt insecure because they were quote unquote, more successful than him. And it's really our perception. What's success anyway, right? What the hell? It's like, that's so childish. But anyway, it is what it is. So you fill in the blanks, guy, because this is a fun time. We're going to just name and claim what they do. We're going to name it. We're going to say it. We're going to just unveil what they do, what their tactics are. And, how can we overcome a narcissist? It's like, you need to get away. You need to disengage. This is my take. Okay. This is as a relationship coach and narcissistic abuse survivor. I say it's best to disconnect. If it's a family member, you just lower the contact as much as you can, like diminish it. It's only the necessary contact you need to have because they're very toxic. Yeah, right? They are. And you will sometimes be, we have boundaries. So we're going to tell somebody no. No is one of my favorite words right now because as a narcissistic abuse survivor, I had trouble growing up and saying no and putting boundaries on my mom, whether it was verbally abusive or emotionally abusive or literal physical abuse. I did not put boundaries with my mom. I did not do all that. And so I never learned really how to put boundaries until I was like 12 when my mom started to hit me for a stupid, because it's always something stupid, right? And she started to hit me and I actually literally punched her on the arm. I went like this and I was like, stop. And she stopped. She stopped because she was scared because I was stronger than her and I was athletic and she wasn't. So I think that's all it was. But anyway, let's go, you guys. Come on, give me some feedback on narcissists have a tantrum when I'm gonna go. Okay, they don't get what they want. Yes, they throw a tantrum. Oh my gosh, they literally do that. Like I've had narcissists, my ex. Not narcissists, one that I recall, because I wasn't around many of them. I didn't engage. It was only growing up with one. And then I healed through my experience with my ex, who was a narcissistic abuser. One time he was jealous because he always felt like I was going to leave him for a younger man. And he always said that because he was much older than me. But anyway, so I remember that he wanted me to stop talking to someone. And this is a friend, and it was actually a gay friend. So there was no interest in anything romantic on our part, but he was jealous. And so he started throwing, we were eating dinner, and he threw his plate on the kitchen floor. And I was so upset. But you know what I did? I cleaned it up. I did. Because that was my way of appeasing the anger, or like just trying to somehow just take control of the situation in some kind of way. That was my way of doing it. And just like, you know what, I'll just clean. And he stopped right when I started cleaning. I guess that's what he wanted me to do. Maybe he thought I wasn't cleaning enough around the house. Who the hell knows? These people are so screwed up. Anyway, so come on, give me some feedback on this. Give me one. Narcissists have a tantrum when, let me check the comments. Let me check. You feel free to just give me stuff, okay? Like, narcissists have a tantrum when, I'm going to go first since there are no comments. They lose control of their victims. Yes. Okay. They feel abandoned. Like, okay, when I left both, I left my mom, so to speak, when I moved from Argentina to the United States, right? And so she felt like I abandoned her. I didn't abandon her specifically. I abandoned the situation because it was okay. It wasn't a bad situation, but I kind of like, I also wanted to, I felt like in Argentina, I could not develop as a human as far as financially and my career and everything I wanted to do. So I was like, I'll go to a better economy. And that's what I did. I moved to the US legally. Don't worry, all good. Anyway, so she was always saying that the worst thing that ever happened to her was me leaving Argentina. And somehow she felt like she lost the person that she had a connection with. We had a really good connection when she wasn't being abusive. And so, yeah, I think that she was upset because she loved me in her own way. They love you in their own way. Okay. Let's just be real. They have the capacity to love. Even if you're not around, they still love you. Okay. So and my ex also, he was so upset when I left. Oh my gosh. He was like, can you believe she left me? Yes. My friends were like, the ones who knew were like, yeah, we totally get it. And we're happy for her. So stop complaining, you whiny little biatch. Okay. Anyway, but who is bitter? Not me. No, I'm not bitter. Really, I'm just recounting all this. I'm so over the narcs. So over it. Just ridiculous. But anyway. All right, so let's go with the next one, you guys. Narcissists have a tantrum when someone tells them the truth. Yeah, the truth stinks. If it's a truth that they appreciate, they will be happy. But if it's a truth that they don't want to hear, oh, honey. Oh, they're going to throw a tantrum. They're going to throw shit all over the place. I'm telling you, I've seen it all. These people, I've seen people like get so mad that they throw shit around. And what I do, because I am more cerebral, I stop my emotions. Like I don't react and I just watch them. And I think sometimes my looks, like just looking at them, like what the hell is going on with you? It kind of like calls them out on their bullshit. That's one way to do it. But you know what? Any way you do it, it's exhausting. It's so exhausting because you're constantly having to figure out what are they doing? What should I do? How should I? It's exhausting. So that's why I just leave the narcissistic people in my life. Even friends that are abusive. What the hell? Why would I have you as a friend? My friends are all amazing. They are beautiful souls. That's all I want. I'd rather have less friends and even acquaintances, because I'm not going to put up with your shit. If you're my acquaintance and you treat me like shit, I'm not putting up with that. Okay. And I'm going to set the boundary. But you know what? I wasn't like this like 10 years ago. I learned this after I dated my narcissistic abusive boyfriend, because it made me realize how I was narcissistically abused by my mom. So it's funny how we chose, we choose people sometimes unconsciously to heal our wounds, in relationships. I think that's a very um, known fact. And for narcissistic abuse, not gonna say victims, survivors, we definitely, it's a process, because until you're being abused again in a really obvious and crazy way, you will not realize what happened to you. I thought all the parents did that. They hit their kids. They just like tortured them because they did something stupid, which all kids do stupid shit all the time. Hello. So I was a kid. I did stupid shit. I broke something. You do not need to throw me in the bed and hit me like nonstop. There's no need for that. Okay. But I thought that was normal. I didn't know any better. And then when I went to other people's houses, I was like, well, I'm sure they hit them when I'm not here and they're pretending they're nice. That's what I thought, because that's another thing. Narcissists, oh, they're very nice around other people. Oh, yeah. Quite the charmers. You would never guess. Like when I was with this guy, okay, I'm not going to say names. Like I said, you can Google it, but I think I deleted everything that was out there, but there might be some shit still. I forgot what I was saying, but I don't know what I was saying. It's just, I have ADHD, by the way. So I'm neurodivergent, apparently. I didn't know that, but I do have ADHD. I'm a very balanced person. Oh my God, I did actually a test. This is very interesting, and it does tie to narcissism. I did a brain test yesterday, and I'm supposedly number one, which is a very balanced brain and emotions and all that. Like I'm very, very balanced, which is completely true, because I found out I have the moon in Libra out of my three big Leo, ascending Leo, moon in Libras, which makes complete sense why I like balance, and I am balanced. So it's funny that if they say we choose people when before we come on this planet, we don't know what happens, right? We have no freaking idea, but let's assume that that's the case. I feel like my mom chose me and I chose my mom because I brought balance into her life and logic. And she brought more intuition into my life and more going with the flow. She was a Scorpio. So, and she had ascending Gemini and moon in Aries. So we kind of got along in some kind of way when I was older and I started setting boundaries. But I think that I chose my mom because I felt I could bring balance to her life. And she probably chose me because she needed that. And also she could provide, more the flowy organic stuff, because I can be quite cerebral, even though I am very emotional at times and passionate and I'm empathetic. But I always, and I think this is part of being a narcissistic abuse survivor, I always used my brain more than anything. And when my brain aligns with my heart, which is balance, and my gut, because the gut has intelligence too, the heart has intelligence. Okay. So when I don't feel fear, like that knot in the stomach, my heart is at peace and my brain is like, okay, I make this decision, then everything falls into place. Right. But I think I learned to be more to trust my intuition more, to listen to my higher self more, and to be a little bit more perceptive of things because of my mom. It was a crazy way we did it because it was like yin and yang, right? But it works somehow. And life is a journey, and it's not about, my life has to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect. We make it perfect in our head. Even when I went through cancer, I was like, you know what? I can either be miserable or have fun. And I'm going to have fun because that's my choice. And I'm not going to let cancer, who is a type of narcissistic abuser, And you need to get my book for $5.99 on the stateofgraceshop.com. I just came up with it. I mean, not came up, but I wrote it. I just published it on my online shop, the stateofgracefraga.com. And I talk about how cancer is now narcissistic abuser. That book, it's called Get This Off My Chest, and it's about my cancer healing journey and what I learned. And you'll see why cancer. You can read the book. Let me find I'm going to put it on the screen. You can also actually, for $5.99, you can subscribe for 1 month on Patreon. You can do it 1 month, which is the price of the book, which is, I put at like a low price so everybody can afford it, because I want everybody to read the book, because I want people to benefit from my experiences and my pain. I always done that, whether it's in the form of comedy or a book or whatever. So you can subscribe and you can read my other books. You can actually even watch all these shows that I created that are comedic. They're hilarious. And I have them on some of my fun sites, including this one. So anyway, going back to the narcissistic abusers. So narcissists have a tantrum. Okay, let's pick it up on narcissists have a tantrum when they lose narcissistic supply. Oh, you know you're their supply, right? They feed off of your negative emotions, especially. That's why they keep you on that roller coaster of I love you, rah, 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 rah. I love you, rah, 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 rah. That's my roller coaster sound effect. Is that ASMR? ASMR? You know how they do that? It's so annoying. I can't take it. But anyway, okay. So yes. So when they lose it, you know what? My ex immediately had a girlfriend literally a week after we broke up, and I moved out of the house. And I know I saw a picture. Oh my God, you guys, I saw a picture. We broke up in March of 20. Well, I'm not going to say the date, but we broke up in the March. And the year before a Christmas party, I see them looking at each other. I was like, damn, they were probably dating while he was with me. Oh my God. And they started, and now they're married. But anyway, maybe she's abusing him. I don't know. Who knows? Because, you know, the narcissist can also be a victim of abuse. Yes, they can, believe it or not. Okay. Let's do a drum roll, but I want to see some more comments, you guys. Give me some comments. I want to see comments. I don't know if they show on everything. Let me check. Can't post comments to some destinations. Some destinations won't get comments, but I know that X, you can comment, YouTube, Twitch, on Instagram, they're going to show probably, they don't show actually on Instagram. They show if I go to another screen, but and also which one? YouTube for sure. YouTube, it will show. Okay. All right, you guys. Let's keep the ball rolling with this, okay? All right. So narcissistic, not narcissistic, but narcissists have a tantrum when, drum roll, when they're ignored. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Okay, so my ex had amazing stories, but he told me every story like 15 times. So I would be like, listen, I heard this story like 10 times before. Just, you don't need to tell it to me. And he would be like mad, which also, drum roll, narcissists have a tantrum when anyone rejects them. So he felt rejected and ignored. And so that, but I would always do it anyway, because in the end, to be honest, I realized what was going on, right? A friend of mine actually opened my eyes because I told her of a situation that had happened. And she was like, do you realize he's abusing you? I was like, oh my God, you're right. I wasn't dumb. It's not like we're dumb. It's because we're confused. And that's part of, I think there's something happens to your brain where you're so confused, but they love me. You know, in the beginning, they were so nice. They bombed me. And then they're like, you know, total assholes. And so it's like, it's very confusing for the brain. But anyway, yeah. So in the end, I was just like, I don't care anymore. I'm just going to tell him what I think, because I'm going to be out of here in no time. So yeah, I didn't care, you guys. So I see one on Twitch and one on X. Feel free to comment, because the comments should be showing here. If they don't, it's, I don't know, something I'm not setting up here on StreamYard on my new computer, because my old computer, the battery is all screwed up. So it still works, but I had to buy a new computer on Friday, right before my stream, Chat with Grace. So by the way, if you ever want to do Chat with Grace, you can follow me. I post it everywhere. The next one, and you can ask me anything, and we chat. We had a blast the other day. It's going to be on October 4th at 7 p.m. Okay, so narcissists have a tantrum when, that's my drum roll, they are criticized. Oh my God. Okay, like I remember my mom, I would say, when you do this, it makes me feel this way. What? You're saying I'm negative? I am not negative. I'm positive. It's like, dude, I'm not criticizing you. I'm telling you how it makes me feel. So sometimes you can't talk. Not sometimes, you can't talk to them like a normal person, because they will just blow up for no freaking reason. You know what I mean? So yeah, one of them is, remember, when they're ignored, when they feel rejected, or you criticize them, or they feel like we're criticizing them, because telling someone how they make you feel is not a critique. It's a truth. It's a fact. It's putting it on you too. It's smart, right? You put it on you. You don't like, you are this and that, you just put it on you. It's like, this makes me feel really shitty. Sorry. On the street, I don't know if you heard that, like people, I live in a busy street. So people like just do the stupidest shit in LA. They feel good if they do it. But anyway, they're loud, or they're just blah, whatever. Anyway, all right. Narcissists have a tantrum when you go against them in any way. Oh yeah, absolutely. You always have to agree with them. If you don't agree with them, they will be very upset. And there's no way you can talk logically to them, because they don't know logic. Because logic is actually not good for them, because it will defeat their bullshit. So anyway, so that's it. We have two more things that narcissists have a tantrum when you go against them in any way. Someone proves them wrong. Someone proves them wrong, and when they're exposed. So if you prove them wrong, they always want to be right, which is kind of annoying, because nobody's right. Who's right? Our realities are all different, right? Like you can see the color pink and you're like, ugh, gross. I see the color pink and I'm like, I love pink. Two realities, same color. So bullshit, right? And when they're exposed, oh girl, if you expose a narcissist, it's over. It's like they will throw a huge tantrum, and they don't know how to get out of it, because if you expose them with logic, they cannot combat logic. Remember that. If you want to drive a narcissist crazy, logic. I know that. Believe me, I am an expert on this. Experience and studying, being a relationship coach for now 12 years, you guys. If you need relationship coaching, I offer 30 minutes free relationship coaching. So hit me up, DM me on Instagram. And if you tell me I watched your live and you said that, then go for it. I will be happy to give you a 30-minute free relationship coaching session. Okay. All right, you guys, we've done a whole almost 30 minutes. Thank you so much for being here. If you can get my book, Get This Off My Chest, my cancer healing journey, I would love that for you guys. I wrote it with the heart of the intent of inspiring you guys. And that's what I want to do, because I want to use my journey to inspire others. And it's only $5.99. And it's a PDF copy. You can get it on the stateofgraceshop.com, or go to my patreon.com, the State of Grace Fraga. And for $5.99, you can watch all my comedy series that are posted so far. And you can read all my books. So far, there's 3 books. And also on the State of Grace shop, you can get the free booklet called Embracing the Journey, which is the last chapter of the Get This Off My Chest book. And it has amazing resources if you're going or you or a loved one are going through the cancer healing journey. I will keep adding resources there, but so far the ones that are there I have used, and I know they're legit and they're good. And there's financial help for cancer also, and all the links are there, especially for breast cancer patients and survivors. And there's also like free mental health help, which is so important. And but anyway, thank you so much, you guys, for tuning in. I love you so much, and I'm so grateful that you allow me to help you. Hopefully, if this resonates with you, if it doesn't, it's all good. It doesn't really matter because nobody's right or wrong. We're just are. That's what cancer taught me. But anyway, my loves, I love you, and I will see you next. Actually, next time it's going to be on a Thursday because I have stuff. The next two relationship coaching lives are going to be on Thursday, and I'll advertise it, I'll promote it and all that, so you guys will know exactly when. And don't forget, on Thursday I have the Cancer Joy Club. I'm looking at my schedule. At 1 p.m. and we're going to have a great cancer survivor. We talked the other day. We had a blast talking. We're like, we have to save this for the podcast. This is so fun. And it's a live too. And then, oh my God, on Friday, September 13th at 7:30 p.m., the State of Grace live podcast, which is only available on YouTube. So make sure you subscribe to my YouTube. Let me put it up here. And it's the YouTube, most everything is the State of Grace Fraga. So here it is. So you subscribe to my YouTube, you will get notifications, and you can subscribe and watch Dobie Maxwell. He's a comedian, and he's going to tell us about his challenges and how he overcame them. He's hilarious, you guys. Oh my God, he's so funny. We talked the other day because I always do like a pre-production meeting with everyone, and I was like, again, we need to save this because this is too funny, and you're gonna love him. He's hysterical. I've known Dobie, I think, for 25 years. Oh my God, I met him when I was like a baby comic, and he was already established, and he's so funny. Oh my God, you guys are in for a treat if you just watch it on Friday at 7:30. You'll love it. I guarantee you. Fun guaranteed. Okay. All right, my loves. I will see you on Relationship Coaching Live next Thursday, same time, 11:30. It's just the day changes for 2 weeks. Then we'll go back to our original programming schedule. All right. Have an amazing rest of your day and an amazing rest of your week. And I'll see you soon, my loves. Bye. Let me guess. You've been in a relationship that felt like a roller coaster, except you weren't strapped in, and now you're dizzy as hell. Sound familiar? Yeah, I see you, honey. If you've ever been love bombed, gaslit, or stuck in a situationship that felt like an unpaid internship, you, my friend, deserve better. Let's break the cycle. I help you spot toxic patterns, heal from narcissistic abuse, and step into your power like the king or the queen that you are. No more chasing, no more fixing, no more, but maybe they'll change nonsense. Whether you're fresh out of a breakup, wondering if you're dating another red flag in disguise, or just ready to find love without the drama, I got you. Book a one-on-one session with me, and let's create a love life that's actually fun instead of an episode of Survivor Toxic Island. Well, here is to healing, to healthy love, and to knowing your worth, baby. Cheers. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining Relationship Coaching Live. I'm Grace Fraga, relationship coach and comedian. So I'll make your relationship coaching more fun. If you want to purchase a relationship coach package, you can go to my website, the State of Grace um, shop. So let me, here it is, bundle packages and merchandise, the State of Grace shop. So I'm going to leave that up there. So if you are going through, narcissistic abuse or any problems in your relationship or are dating, just as simple as that, or just have been through a breakup, then this is for you. Okay. I also have a book that you can get called Love at First X. Also, you can get this at the stateofgraceshop.com. Well, thank you so much for joining again. And today, let's cut to the chase. We're going to do healing from narcissistic abuse, okay? And a lot of us have been damaged by either parents who are narcissistic abusers or a partner or a friend or even a boss who is has NPD. And what is NPD? It's narcissistic personality disorder. And it is a personality disorder. And of course, there's a spectrum, right? There's people that are more narcissistic, where they become malignant narcissists. And there's people that are just kind of in the middle. And then there's the selfie kind of narcissist, but that's not really in the MPD spectrum. I see that we have somebody joining us from YouTube. You can actually post comments on YouTube, so feel free to do that. Okay, so let's go for it. So I have a couple of cards that I've designed to be able to teach you about, or to inform you about narcissistic abuse. And as you know, I think that if you tuned in before, you can find the other cards on my Instagram carousel. My Instagram is Grace Fraga Comedian, and you can find them on my YouTube. If you're on YouTube, they're on the posts/community tab. And if you need relationship coaching, go to the stateofgraceshop.com and you can get a discount for a bundle package. And if you DM me on Instagram after this live, you will get a 30-minute free relationship coaching from me. So anyway, if you want to do that, go ahead and DM me on my IG. Follow me first and then DM me. I think that way it doesn't show on the other inbox. All right, let's get to it. Constant uncertainty. Yes, that is so true. Why do they do that? They create an unpredictable, unstable environment. Now, why do they do that? Well, they have you walking on eggs, right? It's almost like, I feel like it is like if you're walking on a landmine and, okay, sorry about that. On a landmine, right? And you never know when they will explode, because the way that they get you is what I call the roller coaster of love bombing and abuse, love bombing and abuse. Okay. So by creating that unstable and unpredictable environment, they have you they create a lot of anxiety. Really. Oh my gosh. When I was with, growing up and also with my partner who was a narcissistic abuser, oh my gosh, I was always anxious. Like I would literally have stomach aches when I got home because I didn't know what I was going to expect, what I was going to see, what mood they're in, or what, if they're going to yell at me or they're going to be nice to me. I would never be able to tell. You can't tell because they keep it like that for you, right? Very exciting. And that was sarcasm. Anyway, so mood swings, inconsistent treatment equals anxiety and confusion. Absolutely. It is confusing in the beginning because you're like, okay, wait, do they love me? Do they hate me? Do they praise me? Do they criticize me? What is the deal? What's going on? What's happening here? And After the confusion comes anxiety because, you're like, oh my God, what's happening? And then comes the revelation, right? And the revelation is, okay, so these people, no, or your partner or your parent or whatever, your boss, okay, they seem to be on edge sometimes, and sometimes they seem to be super nice. It's like two different people. And then you figure it out. It's not two different people, it's just them trying to give you anxiety. Because you know what they do, these people, they actually feed off of your anxiety, of your negative feelings. Oh, we have a comment from Susie TV Network. Please subscribe to her. She's amazing. Speaking of narcissistic abuse, she is the best. Looking back, I feel like they purposely drain us so that we become off kilter. Absolutely. Let me tell you a story, Susie. And you guys too out there. When I was with my narcissistic abuser, my mom came to visit and she saw me at the airport and she said, "Where's Grace?" And I was like, "I'm right here." She was like, "No, where are you? You're not. You're like not there. Where's the light? Where's the spark? The?" And that's what had happened. And that was like 3 years after I lived with him. And then, of course, I broke up with him. My mom helped me break up with him. Thank God. And yeah, she was like, "Where's my daughter? Where is she?" Because I was a whole different person. I was drained. I had no energy. So I feel you, Susie. It is just, oh my gosh, and the anxiety they create. Oh my gosh, the off kilter in me translated to anxiety because I didn't know what I was going to see when I got home. It was extremely upsetting. So please subscribe to Susie's network, SZTV Network. She's amazing. And she does lives and she has lots of videos, lots of content. So please subscribe to her. So, yes, that anxiety. Okay, there you go. Oh my gosh, yes, we became shells. We become shells of ourselves. Absolutely. Because it's almost like they take away. I think what they do, this is my take on like on a spiritual level. I think what they do is they're like vampires, right? So they suck your energy, and by that uneasiness where we're having positive feelings and then the negative feelings of anxiety and like shame and guilt and everything that they cause by over criticizing us or yelling at us, you know the drill, right? So those negative emotions is what they feed off of. And so I think that they somehow grab our energy, and then all that energy that we have, the victims of narcissistic abuse, or I hated the word victims, but um I don't know, I'll find a better word. Let me think about it. Maybe Susie can give me a better word. So they completely drain your energy, they drain all your feelings. Also, I was numb, I didn't feel anything. And I think not only do they drain your feelings, but they also, um, by playing that positive, negative, I love you, I hate you, I love you, I hate you kind of roller coaster, we go numb because we're like, I better not feel anything because this is so painful. It's like they love me, they hate me, they love me, they hate survivors. Thank you. I know I'm a cancer survivor, so I should use that word. Yes, we're survivors. That's what Susie is saying. And yes, Susie, we are their hosts. Yes. And I don't know if this happened to you, Susie, but like after being with him, I'm always a very positive person, but I became more negative. Like, oh my God, I don't think I'm going to get that. Life sucks. And oh my God, it's like, I think that he took my positive energy and then he gave me all his negative energy. And then the kicker is that he was telling me in the end that I was negative. Well, dude, after all you put me through, I have nothing left and I feel like life sucks. Absolutely. But when I got out, you guys, it was amazing because I felt like like a big house had been lifted off my shoulders. I felt so light and so free And at the same time, I was also, I felt lighter. I felt like becoming myself again. Yes, I was waiting for the world to end. Oh my God. Yes, I know. It's like, what's the point of living if this is life? They just like, I don't know what they do. They just brainwash you, I think. There's some kind of brainwashing there, uh, besides sucking the energy. So there's so many things going on with these people that, yeah, you just, but let me tell you, when you're away from them, and that's why I preach disengage from them, because when you're away from their physical presence, your world changes. Like I was so free. And this is the apartment that I moved to. That was 12 years ago. And I'm telling you, this apartment, excuse me, this apartment is like my survivor apartment where it just brings good feelings because this was my recovery room. And it was also my recovery room for my cancer experience, my cancer healing journey. So I'm a narcissistic abuse survivor and a cancer survivor. So this has been always, I love this apartment, and they're going to have to pry me with the jaws of life for me to get out of here because I'm staying here. I love this place. This is my healing place. And oddly enough, I had a couple of roommates, especially one that came here, and he's a very good friend. One of them was a very good friend, is still. And he had to heal too, and we healed together in this apartment. So there's healing energy in this apartment. And I think I bring the healing energy also because I want to heal and I'm still healing. We're all still healing. It never ends, you guys. Never ends. So basically, recognize the pattern and protect yourself. So if you see that your partner or a parent or your boss is doing the I love you, I hate you, you're awesome, you're a piece of shit, then ding, 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 alarm, red flags all over. Just be like, okay, I see you. You're abusing me. What do I need to do to be away from this toxic environment? If you need to quit your job, guess what? Start finding another one. Stay there for a while, disengage emotionally with that person because it's easier to disengage from a boss and look for another job. If you're with a partner, plan your exit. That's what I did. I planned my exit. I was very afraid. Let me tell you, very, very scared because financially we were sharing like the expenses and everything. So I had to rearrange my life where I was the only one paying for everything. And that took a lot, but I had a lot of support and love, and that helped me a lot to get out of that situation. So if you're in a situation like I was, or worst thing is physical abuse, that is just like you need to get the hell out of there if that happens. But if you're in a situation like that, plan your exit. I'm an advocate of plan your exit, because if you exit and you don't have a plan, then you might feel weak and like, oh, maybe I should go back to them. So be strong in the sense that if you plan ahead, if you plan the way you're going to exit that situation, that's powerful. And you are powerful. We are powerful and magical beings. Don't you ever forget that, guys. I'm telling you, we are so powerful. They just, I think, society and religion and the government, this is my personal opinion. I think that they have taken away a lot of our power by making us believe that we are powerless and we depend on the government, on religion, on our family, on everything. We don't depend on anything. We are magical and powerful. So remember that, you guys. Um, Let's see, we have some people joining us from X. Hi, from X. Welcome. I love you guys. I love my Xers. Anyway, so this is as far as that. I'm so sorry. I had COVID and I still have a little bit of like irritation. And so I have the AC on and it's just making me like get a little cough. So anyway, but I'm trying to stop the cough and not coughing because I don't like to do that. But anyway, so here we are on the other card that I wanted to share with you. And this one is not exploding, exploiting, exploding. Well, you do explode. some point, I exploded. Let me tell you, I totally 100% exploded. A week later, I was out of the house, but I exploded. I couldn't take it anymore. And he was like, what just happened? Right. And of course, they put it on you. You're crazy. They get you to that point, and then you're the crazy one. And before we get into this card, Susie, I love your comments. Thank you, Susie, for commenting. Yes, support changes everything. And anything we go through, guys, support is so important. I think that even with my cancer journey, I had a few friends, very few, because I kept it to myself. I didn't make it public. And I don't know what I would have done without them. Of course, I would have done, I would have survived, but still, it just makes your journey so much better. But anyway, let's go to exploiting emotions. Narcs use your sensitive information to hurt you. Oh my God, they do. They so do. So, and the trick is that they get you to open up because when they're nice, they fake empathy and they fake being caring and loving. And it's like an acting job. And so you will confess to them, tell them things that you haven't told anybody and you wouldn't dare tell anybody. And honey, buckle up because they're going to use it against you. Okay. Big time against you. So what they do is they deepen the dependency and the control. Because if you tell them secrets, then they have an what you call it, like an upper hand, right? Then they can be like, oh, okay, so you're gonna leave me? Well, I know some shit about you. No bueno. Okay, it's almost like a diddler, and I'm not gonna say the name so YouTube doesn't PDD. Well, I'm gonna say it, whatever. Taping all the stuff, and then kind of like, hey, you come against me, I have tape, kind of like that. They have tape. Sometimes literally they have tape, but sometimes they don't, and it's just word of mouth. And of course, when you break up with them, you guys, they're gonna trash you even to your friends. Yes, you are the devil. You are the one that overreacted because they got you to that point. Let me tell you, I don't even know how I didn't overreact for 3 years. Like it took me 3 years to be like, this is some bullshit. I'm out of here. 3 years. That was my first narcissistic and only narcissistic abusive relationship. And it made me realize that my parent, my mom, had done the same thing to me in a different manner. But this person was my mom times 1,000. Like my mom was like a baby, a narcissist. This one was the big, like my mom was narcissist 101. This guy was PhD in narcissism. I'm not kidding you. Like, and he was older than my mom too, believe it or not. He was a much older guy. And so he had more experience. Like if they'd done it so long that they figure it out, they got it down to a science, man. Like they just it, and he was textbook. Like he did it so well also. And he was also an actor, a character actor. And so the acting on top and something in my gut, follow your gut. That's one thing, you guys. Listen to your gut because I remember my gut was saying, Grace, he's an actor. Maybe he's faking all this shit. Maybe he's like telling you all this. I love you. You're the love of my life. And it's some bullshit. To him, it's like a movie. And it was. It was an acting job. It was a movie. I don't think that he was able to have positive feelings, maybe a little bit. My mom probably had more of uh, positive feelings, of an ability to have positive feelings, but not this guy, dude. Oh, this guy. I'm telling you, he was acting the whole thing. So they make you dependent on them, whether it's financially, emotionally. Um, he would say, like, nobody's going to love you like I love you. They put all those words enter your brain. And because you are at a low emotionally, you're kind of like open to them. And also they put you down and they bring you to a point where you're like, whatever. It works. It really works. So my advice, and like I put on the card, guard your heart and seek support. Definitely guard your heart. I'm sorry. This COVID thing, I'm telling you, it's like I'm gonna like choke on my own air. That's what's happening. Okay, I apologize for that, you guys. But I'm fine. I don't have COVID anymore. I'm good. I had it twice. I had a rebound. So mask up, you guys, because there is this strain is super contagious, especially if you're in LA. Let me tell you, I think I got it going to the grocery store because I'm pretty much go to work and come back, and I work outdoors. So, but anyway, sidebar. So guard your heart and seek support. Like we were saying, Susie was saying, support changes everything. So, and when I say guard your heart, it's just start disengaging. I think that was the best thing I could do to disengage from this person. And it took years. Let me tell you, it took me years. I would say it took me about 7 years. I'm not kidding. It was a long road. And I think it was because by being with him, it also made me realize that I had to heal the narcissistic abuse that I suffered from my mom. So it was a double thing. So it was actually, I always like to see the positive, the silver lining. The silver lining for me was it made me realize what I've gone through in my childhood, and that experience with my ex made me realize that I had to heal from my childhood. So it was, in a way, everything happens for a reason. And they say we create our own reality. And I truly believe that I wanted to be with this person because deep down, somehow I knew that it was going to help me heal from narcissistic abuse. Um, that's my theory. Take it or leave it. We all have different theories, and we all have different experiences. So I'm just giving you what I experienced and what I think it was, but I could be wrong. Again, it's my reality. So I can do with it whatever I want, right? And you guys can do with your reality whatever you want. Oh, thank you, Roger. You look lovely. Thank you. I have my little ponytail. My hair grew from chemo. You guys, I can have like a ponytail, like a sassy ponytail. Looks like a bun, but it's a ponytail. And I have baby hairs. Look at this. I have baby hairs. I am so excited. My hair is growing so thick and nice and big. And so, but instead of blonde now, I'm using my natural color, which is black, dark brunette. So, thank you, Susie. Yes, I truly believe that everything happens for us, not to us. Yes, I love that. You guys subscribe to Susie TV Network. She's amazing. I told you. Absolutely. To us, no. For us. The to us is the victim mentality. The for us is the healing mentality. So those are two. And I got goosebumps when I said that. Thank you for giving us that gift. That was a beautiful thing to say. I love it. We should do a live together, Susie. Maybe you can come on Relationship Coaching Live and we can just go about narcissistic abuse and share experiences so other people, we can help other people heal from it, or at least just like, oh, I had the same experience, or oh, wow, okay, I might be in a narcissistic abusive relationship. So I think we're friends. You follow me on Instagram, so let's DM. And you guys stay tuned for Susie to be on a live here, helping us with narcissistic abuse and healing from it. So, okay, you guys, if you want, all these cards are available as a carousel on my Instagram. There are posts on YouTube in the community tab. And I think where else, on my TikTok. So my TikTok is the State of Grace Fraga. And my Instagram is Grace Fraga Comedian. And my YouTube is the State of Grace Fraga. So TikTok and YouTube, the State of Grace Fraga. Instagram, Grace Fraga. No, wait. I changed it. Sorry. It's all the State of Grace Fraga. Oh my God. Did I? I think I changed it also on Instagram. I'm trying to keep my name on it. Yes. Okay. So for everything, you guys, the State of Grace Fraga. So they're on TikTok, they're on Instagram as a carousel, and they are on YouTube, one after the other if you scroll down the community tab. Anywho, yes. And Susie says, I'd love to. Amazing. Let's do it. Let's coordinate it. I think I have some spots available October and November. So let's do this. You guys, I'm so excited. She's going to be on Relationship Coaching Live. Yay. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. I see we have 2Xers and 3 on the State of Grace Fraga YouTube. I love that. I'm so happy that you guys are here. And by the way, next week, let me see, I'm looking at my calendar. First of all, let's start this week. This Friday at 7 p.m., Brain Babes with the fabulous Crystal Black. And we're going to have Rick Overton from the Office of Mrs. Doubtfire as our guest. And we're going to talk about the research of water by Dr. I can't remember his name. But anyway, the research of water and how words affect the water and the chemistry of water. It's fascinating. Oh my God, this COVID thing is driving me crazy. Excuse me. Anyway, next week on Tuesday, September 3rd, I'm going to have a guest here on Relationship Coaching Live, and it's Brian King. He's amazing. He's a public speaker, and he travels all over the country talking about how laughter is healing. It's going to be a great episode, you guys. And then on Thursday, September 5th, baby, las tías, the tías are going to be with you, Consuelo, Marisa. You can talk to them if you want. Marisa, she loves to talk. And so does Consuelo. So we're going to be at noon on all the, all the platforms. And let me give you can search for all my platforms that are on my link tree, which is Grace Fraga. And so the Tias on Thursday. So Tuesday, 11:30 Pacific time AM is going to be Relationship Coaching Live with Brian King. Amazing guest. Thursday, the Tias at noon Pacific time. And then I'm going to start doing on Friday at 7 a live that's going to be called Chat with Grace, and you just can chat with me and we can have some fun. And I want you to bring like your own drink. I'm going to have probably tea because I'm off alcohol, because alcohol, by the way, increases your chances of cancer recurrence by 40%. So I'm out of that. I haven't had a drop in like 3 years. So anyway, now I used to have like red wine a little bit sometimes, but now not even that, girl. I'm like out. So chat with Grace. And then after that, if that goes well and we have a lot of engagement, then we're going to have a private party. It's going to be a paid party and you can ask me anything. And we're going to do it in a platform where you can ask me anything and they're not going to censor us. So it might be my Patreon, or if we make it a private on OnlyFans and then I make it private, it's not public, then I think we're okay. But let me double check on that. So I'll let you know on Friday. So those are the 3 things we have next week. We have so much going on. I keep on creating new lives and bringing you information and helping you guys. You help me by allowing me to help you. I appreciate that. And subscribe to my YouTube, The State of Grace Fraga. And actually, I need to change that because it's not with capitals anymore. It's all lowercase. So everything is lowercase now on all my platforms. So the only one that I don't have the State of Grace Fraga is Twitter. It's Grace Fraga. Everything else is the State of Grace Fraga. So Linktree, you have all my platforms. Subscribe, follow me, all of the above. YouTube, I got all kinds of content. We have relationship coaching. We have Cancer Joy Club podcast. We have the Tias. We have a lot of comedy on it too. We have the State of Grace podcast where I interview celebrities or people high up in the entertainment business that might be behind the camera, creators of shows and stuff that have gone through challenges. And then we see the arc of how they had the challenge and then they overcame it to reach their own state of grace. So that one is that's like the flagship show of my channel. Okay. And we do that once a month and it's live. And then we have an after party. You can party with me after that. Oh, great. Spam. Don't you get those spam calls all the time? It drives me nuts. I'm like in the middle of a live. I get spam calls. And because I live near the police station and the fire station, I get siren all the time. It's like insane. But anyway, So we have, like I said, relationship, cancer stuff, cancer survivor stuff, or cancer patients, and we have comedy, we have stand-up comedy, and we have brain babes. So we have smart stuff, quantum field, and all that. Everything, everything. Oh my God, that COVID thing is driving me crazy. Sorry, guys. It's like it chokes me. It's so weird. But anyway, all right. Anyway, we have to end this live because it's been 30 minutes. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Susie and Roger, for commenting. I love you guys, and I will see you next time. And we're going to end with a little commercial. If you want to subscribe to my Patreon for $5.99 a month, you can read all my books for free, and you get to binge watch all my comedy shows. And we're going to have some private, if we do a private live there, you can just enter it for free. So think about